Section 11 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Rosa Bonheur. In a simple home in Paris could have been seen, in 1829, Raymond Bonheur and his little family, Rosa, 7 years old, Auguste, Isadore, and Juliette. He was a man of fine talent in painting, but obliged to spend his time in giving drawing lessons to support his children. His wife, Sophie, gave lessons on the piano, going from house to house all day long, and sometimes sewing half the night, to earn a little more for the necessities of life. Hard work and poverty soon bore its usual fruit, and the tired young mother died in 1833. The three oldest children were sent to board with a plain woman, La Mère Catherine, in the Champs Elysees, and the youngest was placed with relatives. For 2 years this good woman cared for the children, sending them to school, though she was greatly troubled because Rosa persisted in playing in the woods of the Bois de Boulogne, gathering her arms full of daisies and marigolds, rather than to be shut up in a schoolroom. "I never spent an hour of fine weather indoors during the whole of the 2 years," she has often said since those days. Finally, the father married again, and brought the children home. The two boys were placed in school, and Monsieur Bonheur paid their way by giving drawing lessons 3 times a week in the institution. If Rosa did not love school, she must be taught something useful, and she was accordingly placed in a sewing establishment to become a seamstress. The child hated sewing, ran the needle into her fingers at every stitch, cried for the fresh air and sunshine, and finally, becoming pale and sickly, was taken back to the Bonheur home. The anxious painter would try his child once more in school, so he arranged that she should attend, with compensation met in the same way as for his boys. Rosa soon became a favorite with the girls at the Faubourg Saint Antoine school, especially because she could draw such witty caricatures of the teachers, which she pasted against the wall, with bread chewed into the consistency of putty. The teachers were not pleased, but so struck were they with the vigor and originality of the drawings that they carefully preserved the sketches in an album. The girl was far from happy. Naturally sensitive, as what poet or painter was ever born otherwise, she could not bear to wear a calico dress and coarse shoes, and eat with an iron spoon from a tin cup, when the other girls wore handsome dresses, and had silver mugs and spoons. She grew melancholy, neglected her books, and finally became so ill that she was obliged to be taken home. And now Raymond Bonheur very wisely decided not to make plans for his child for a time, but see what was her natural tendency. It was well that he made this decision in time, before she had been spoiled by his well meant but poor intentions. Left to herself, she constantly hung about her father's studio, now drawing, now modeling, copying whatever she saw him do. She seemed never to be tired, but sang at her work all the day long. Monsieur Bonheur suddenly awoke to the fact that his daughter had great talent. He began to teach her carefully, to make her accurate in drawing, and correct in perspective. Then he sent her to the Louvre to copy the works of the old masters. Here she worked with the greatest industry and enthusiasm, not observing anything that was going on around her. To the director of the Louvre, "I have never seen an example of such application and such ardor for work." One day, an elderly English gentleman stopped beside her easel and said, "Your copy, my child, is superb, faultless. Persevere as you have begun, and I prophesy that you will be a great artist." How glad those few words made her! She went home thinking over to herself the determination she had made in the school, when she ate with her iron spoon, that sometime she would be as famous as her schoolmates, and have some of the comforts of life. Her copies of the old masters were soon sold, and though they brought small prices, she gladly gave the money to her father, who needed it now more than ever. His second wife had 2 sons when he married her, and now they had a third, Gemane, and every cent that Rosa could earn was needed to help support 7 children. La Mamiche, as they called the new mother, was an excellent manager of the meager finances, and filled her place well. Rosa was now 17, loving landscape, historical, and genre painting, perhaps equally, but happening to paint a goat, she was so pleased in the work that she determined to make animal painting a specialty. Having no money to procure models, She must needs make long walks into the country on foot to the farms. She would take a piece of bread in her pocket, and generally forget to eat it. After working all day, she would come home tired, often drenched with rain, and her shoes covered with mud. She took other means to study animals. In the outskirts of Paris were great abattoirs, or slaughter pens. Though the girl tenderly loved animals, and shrank from the sight of suffering, she forced herself to see the killing, that she might know how to depict the death agony on canvas. Though obliged to mingle more or less with drovers and butchers, no indignity was ever offered her. As she sat on a bundle of hay, with her colours about her, they would crowd around to look at the pictures, and regard her with honest pride. The world soon learns whether a girl is in earnest about her work, and treats her accordingly. The Bonheur family had moved to the sixth story of a tenement house in the Rue Rumfort, now the Rue Malesherbes. The sons, Auguste and Isidore, had both become artists, the former a painter, the latter a sculptor. Even little Juliette was learning to paint. Rosa was working hard all day at her easel, and at night was illustrating books, or molding little groups of animals for the figure dealers. All the family were happy despite their poverty, because they had congenial work. On the roof, Rosa improvised a sort of garden, with honeysuckles, sweet peas, and nasturtiums, and here they kept a sheep, with long silky wool, for a model. Very often Isidore would take him on his back and carry him down the 6 flights of stairs. The day of elevators had not dawned, and after he had enjoyed grazing, would bring him back to his garden home. It was a docile creature, and much loved by the whole family. For Rosa's birds, the brothers constructed a net, which they hung outside the window, and then opened the cage into it. At 19 Rosa was to test the world, and see what the critics would say. She sent to the Fine Arts Exhibition 2 pictures, goats and sheep, and 2 rabbits. The public was pleased, and the press gave kind notices. The next year, animals in a pasture, a cow lying in a meadow, and a horse for sale, attracted still more attention. 2 years later she exhibited 12 pictures, some from her father and brother being hung on either side of hers, the first time they had been admitted. More and more the critics praised, and the pathway of the Bonheur family grew less thorny. Then, in 1849, when she was 27, came the triumph. Her magnificent picture, Cantal Oxen, took the gold medal, and was purchased by England. Horace Vernet, the president of the Commission of Awards, in the midst of a brilliant assembly, proclaimed the new laureate, and gave her, in behalf of the government, a superb Sèvres vase. Raymond Bonheur seemed to become young again at this fame of his child. It brought honors to him also, for he was at once made director of the Government School of Design for Girls. But the release from poverty and anxiety came too late, and he died the same year, greatly lamented by his family. He had grand ideas, said his daughter, and had he not been obliged to give lessons for our support, he would have been more known, and today acknowledged with other masters. Rosa was made director in his place, and Juliette became a professor in the school. This same year appeared her ploughing scene in the Nivernais, now in the Luxembourg Gallery, thought to be her most important work after her horse fair. Orders now poured in upon her, so that she could not accede to half the requests for work. A rich Hollander offered her 1,000 crowns for a painting which she could have wrought in 2 hours, but she refused. 4 years later, after 18 long months of preparatory studies, her horse fair was painted. This created the greatest enthusiasm both in England and America. It was sold to a gentleman in England for $8,000, and was finally purchased by A.T. Stewart of New York for his famous collection. No one who has seen this picture will ever forget the action and vigor of these Normandy horses. In painting it, a petted horse, it is said, stepped back upon the canvas, putting his hoof through it, thus spoiling the work of months. So greatly was this picture admired, that Napoleon III. Was urged to bestow upon her the Cross of the Legion of Honor, entitled her from French usage. Though she was invited to the state dinner at the Tuileries, always given to artists to whom the Academy of Fine Arts has awarded its highest honors, Napoleon had not the courage to give it to her, lest public opinion might not agree with him in conferring it upon a woman. Possibly he felt, more than the world knew, the insecurity of his throne. Henry Bacon, in the Century, thus describes the way in which Rosa Bonheur finally received the badge of distinction. The Emperor, leaving Paris for a short summer excursion in 1865, left the Empress as regent. From the imperial residence at Fontainebleau it was only a short drive to By, the home of Mademoiselle Bonheur. The countersign at the gate was forced, and unannounced, the Empress entered the studio where Mademoiselle Rosa was at work. She rose to receive the visitor, who threw her arms about her neck and kissed her. It was only a short interview. The imperial vision had departed. The rumble of the carriage and the crack of the outriders' whips were lost in the distance. Then, and not till then, did the artist discover that as the Empress had given the kiss, she had pinned upon her blouse the cross of the Legion of Honor. Since then she has received the Leopold Cross of Honor from the King of Belgium, said to be the first ever conferred upon a woman; also a decoration from the King of Spain. Her brother Auguste, now dead, received the Cross of the Legion of Honor in 1867, 2 years after Rosa. In preparing to paint the Horse Fair and other similar pictures, which have brought her much into the company of men, she has found it wise to dress in male costume. A laughable incident is related to this mode of dress. One day when she returned from the country, she found a messenger awaiting to announce to her the sudden illness of one of her young friends. Rosa did not wait to change her male attire, but hastened to the bedside of the young lady. In a few minutes after her arrival, the doctor, who had been sent for, entered, and seeing a young man, as he supposed, seated on the side of the bed, with his arm round the neck of the sick girl, thought he was an intruder, and retreated with all possible speed. "Oh! Run after him! He thinks you are my lover, and has gone and left me to die!" cried the sick girl. Rosa flew downstairs, and soon returned with the modest doctor. She also needs his mannish costume, for her long journeys over the Pyrenees into Spain, or in the Scottish Highlands. She is always accompanied by her most intimate friend, Mademoiselle Micas, herself an artist of repute, whose mother, a widow, superintends the home for the two devoted friends. Sometimes in the Pyrenees these two ladies see no one for 6 weeks but muleteers with their mules. The people in these lonely mountain passes live entirely upon the curdled milk of sheep. Once, Rosa Bonheur and her friend were nearly starving, when Mademoiselle Micas obtained a quantity of frogs, and covering the hind legs with leaves, roasted them over a fire. On these they lived for 2 days. In Scotland she painted her exquisite denizens of the mountains, morning in the Highlands, and crossing a loch in the Highlands. In England she was treated like a princess. Sir Edwin Landseer, whom some persons thought she would marry, is reported to have said when he first looked upon her Horse Fair, "It surpasses me, though it's a little hard to be beaten by a woman." On her return to France, she brought a Skye terrier, named Wasp, of which she is very fond, and for which she has learned several English phrases. When she speaks to him in English, he wags his tail most appreciatively. Rosa Bonheur stands at the head of her profession, an acknowledged master. Her pictures bring enormous sums, and have brought her wealth. A view in the Pyrenees has been sold for $10,000, and some others for twice that sum. She gives away much of her income. She has been known to send to the Mont de Piété her gold medals to raise funds to assist poor artists. A woman artist, who had been refused help by several wealthy painters, applied to Rosa Bonheur, who at once took down from the wall a small but valuable painting, and gave it to her, from which she received a goodly sum. A young sculptor, who greatly admired her work, enclosed $20, asking her for a small drawing, and saying that this was all the money he possessed. She immediately sent him a sketch worth at least $200. She has always provided most generously for her family, and for servants who have grown old in her employ. She dresses very simply, always wearing black, brown, or gray, with a close-fitting jacket over a plain skirt. When she accepts a social invitation, which is very rare, she adorns her dress with a lace collar, but without other ornament. Her working dress is usually a long gray linen or blue flannel blouse, reaching nearly from head to foot. She has learned that the conventional tight dress of women is not conducive to great mental or physical power. She is small in stature, with dainty hands and feet, blue eyes, and a noble and intelligent face. She is an indefatigable worker, rising usually at 6 in the morning and painting throughout the day. So busy is she that she seldom permits herself any amusements. On one occasion, she had tickets sent her for the theatre. She worked till the carriage was announced. Je suis prête, said Rosa, and went to the play in her working dress. A daintily gloved man in the box next to hers looked over in disdain, and finally went into the vestibule and found the manager. "Who is this woman in the box next to mine?" he said, in a rage. "She's in an old calico dress, covered with paint and oil. The odor is terrible. Turn her out. If you do not, I will never enter your theatre again." The manager went to the box, and returning, informed him that it was a great painter. "Rosa Bonheur!" he gasped. "Who'd have thought it? Make my apology to her. I dare not enter her presence again." She usually walks in the twilight, often thinking out new subjects for her brush, at that quiet hour. She said to a friend, "I have been a faithful student since I was 10 years old. I have copied no master. I have studied nature, and expressed to the best of my ability the ideas and feelings with which she has inspired me. Art is an absorbent, a tyrant. It demands heart, brain, soul, body, the entireness of the votary. Nothing less will win its highest favor. I wed art. It is my husband, my world, my life dream, the air I breathe. I know nothing else, feel nothing else, think nothing else. My soul finds in it the most complete satisfaction. I have no taste for general society, no interest in its frivolities. I only seek to be known through my works. If the world feel and understand them, I have succeeded. If I had got up a convention to debate the question of my ability to paint marché aux cheveux, the horse fair, for which England paid me 40,000 francs, the decision would have been against me. I felt the power within me to paint. I cultivated it, and have produced works that have won the favorable verdicts of the great judges. I have no patience with women who ask permission to think." For years she lived in Rue de Sauce, a retired street half made up of gardens. Here she had one of the most beautiful studios of Paris, the room lighted from the ceiling, the walls covered with paintings, with here and there old armor, tapestry, hats, cloaks, sandals, and skins of tigers, leopards, foxes, and oxen on the floor. One Friday, the day on which she received guests, one of her friends, coming earlier than usual, found her fast asleep on her favorite skin, that of a magnificent ox, with stuffed head and spreading horns. She had come in tired from the School of Design, and had thrown herself down to rest. Usually after greeting her friends she would say, "Allow me to resume my brush. We can talk just as well together." For those who have any great work to do in this world, there is little time for visiting. Interruptions cannot be permitted. No wonder Carlyle groaned when some person had taken 2 hours of his time. He could better have spared money to the visitor. For several years Rosa Bonheur has lived near Fontainebleau in the Château by. Henry Bacon says, "The château dates from the time of Louis XV, and the garden is still laid out in the style of Le Nôtre. Since it has been in the present proprietor's possession, a quaint, picturesque brick building, containing the carriage house and coachman's lodge on the first floor, and the studio on the second, has been added. The roof of the main building has been raised, and the chapel changed into an orangery. Beside the main carriage entrance, which is closed by iron gates and wooden blinds, is a postern gate, with a small grated opening, like those found in convents. The blinds to the gate and the slide to the grating are generally closed, and the only communication with the outside world is by the bell wire, terminating in a ring beside the gate. Ring, and the jingle of the bell is at once echoed by the barking of numerous dogs, the hounds and bassets in chorus, the grand Saint Bernard in slow measure, like the bass drum in an orchestra. After the first excitement among the dogs has begun to abate, a remarkably small house pet that has been somewhere in the interior arrives upon the scene, and with his sharp, shrill voice again starts and leads the canine chorus. By the time the eagle in his cage is awakened, and the parrot, whose cage is built into the corner of the studio looking upon the street, adds to the racket. Behind the house is a large park divided from the forest by a high wall. A lawn and flower beds are laid out near the buildings. and on the lawn, in pleasant weather, graze a magnificent bull and cow, which are kept as models. In a wire enclosure are two chamois from the Pyrenees, and further removed from the house, in the wooded part of the park, are enclosures for sheep and deer, each of which knows its mistress. Even the stag, bearing its 6 branched antlers, receives her caresses like a pet dog. At the end of one of the linden avenues is a splendid bronze, by Isidore Bonheur, of a Gaul attacking a lion. The studio is very large, with a huge chimney at one end, the supports of which are life-size dogs, modeled by Isidore Bonheur. Portraits of the father and the mother in oval frames hang at each side, and a pair of gigantic horns ornaments the center. The room is decorated with stuffed heads of animals of various kinds, boars, bears, wolves, and oxen, and birds perched in every convenient place. When Prussia conquered France and swept through this town, orders were given that Rosa Bonheur's home and paintings be carefully preserved. Even her servants went unmolested. The peasants idolized the great woman who lived in the chateau, and were eager to serve her. She always talked to them pleasantly. Rosa Bonheur died at her home at 11 p.m. Thursday, May 25, 1899. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Klett. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 12. Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Ever since I had received in my girlhood from my best friend the works of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, in 5 volumes in blue and gold, I had read and re-read the pages, till I knew scores by heart. I had longed to see the face and home of her whom the English call Shakespeare's daughter, and whom Edmund Clarence Stedman names the passion flower of the century. I shall never forget that beautiful July morning spent in the Browning home in London. The poet-wife had gone out from it, and lay buried in Florence, but here were her books and her pictures. Here was a marble bust, the hair clustering about the face, and a smile on the lips that showed happiness. Near by was another bust of the idolized only child, of whom she wrote in Casa Guidi windows. The sun strikes through the windows, up the floor. Stand out in it, my own young Florentine, not 2 years old, and let me see thee more. It grows along thy amber curls to shine brighter than elsewhere. Now look straight before and fix thy brave blue English eyes on mine, and from thy soul, which fronts the future so with unabashed and unabated gaze, teach me to hope for what the angels know when they smile clear as thou dost. Here was the breakfast-table at which they 3 had often sat together. Close beside it hung a picture of the room in Florence where she had lived so many years in wedded bliss as perfect as any known in history. Tears gathered in the eyes of Robert Browning as he pointed out her chair and sofa and writing-table. Of this room in Casa Guidi Kate Field wrote in the Atlantic Monthly, September 1861. They who have been so favoured can never forget the square ante-room, with its great picture and pianoforte, at which the boy Browning passed many an hour, the little dining-room covered with tapestry, and where hung medallions of Tennyson, Carlyle, and Robert Browning, the long room filled with plaster casts and studies, which was Mr. Browning's retreat, and dearest of all the large drawing-room, where she always sat. It opens upon a balcony filled with plants, and looks out upon the old iron-grey church of Santa Felice. There was something about this room that seemed to make it a proper and a special haunt for poets. The dark shadows and subdued light gave it a dreamy look, which was enhanced by the tapestry-covered walls, and the old pictures of saints that looked out sadly from their carved frames of black wood. Large bookcases, constructed of specimens of Florentine carving selected by Mr. Browning, were brimming over with wise-looking books. Tables were covered with more gaily bound volumes, the gifts of brother authors. Dante's grave profile, a cast of Keats's face and brow taken after death, a pen-and-ink sketch of Tennyson, the genial face of John Kenyon, Mrs. Browning's good friend and relative, little paintings of the boy Browning, all attracted the eye in turn, and gave rise to 1,000 musings. But the glory of all, and that which sanctified all, was seated in a low armchair near the door. A small table, strewn with writing materials, books and newspapers, was always by her side. Then Mr. Browning, in the London home, showed us the room where he writes, containing his library and hers. The books are on simple shelves, choice, and many very old and rare. Here are her books, many in Greek and Hebrew. In the Greek I saw her notes on the margin in Hebrew, and in the Hebrew she had written her marginal notes in Greek. Here also are the 5 volumes of her writings, in blue and gold. The small table at which she wrote still stands beside the larger where her husband composes. His table is covered with letters and papers and books. Hers stands there unused, because it is a constant reminder of those companionable years when they worked together. Close by hangs a picture of the young Florentine, Robert Barrett Browning, now grown to manhood, an artist already famed. He has a refined face, as he sits in artist garb before his easel, sketching in a peasant's house. The beloved poet who wrote at the little table is endeared to all the world. Born in 1809, in the county of Durham, the daughter of wealthy parents, she passed her early years partly in the country in Herefordshire, and partly in the city. That she loved the country with its wild flowers and woods, her poem The Lost Bower plainly shows. Green the land is where my daily steps in jocund childhood played, dimpled close with hill and valley, dappled very close with shade, summer snow of apple blossoms running up from glade to glade. But the wood all close and clenching, bough in bough and root in root, no more sky, for over-branching, at your head than at your foot. O the wood drew me within it, by a glamour past dispute. But my childish heart beat stronger than those thickets dared to grow. I could pierce them, I could longer travel on, methought, than so. Sheep for sheep paths, braver children climb and creep where they would go. Tall the linden tree, and near it an old hawthorn also grew, and wood ivy like a spirit hovered dimly round the two, shaping thence that bower of beauty which I sing of thus to you. And the ivy veined and glossy was enwrought with eglantine, and the wild hop fibred closely, and the large-leaved columbine, arch of door and window mullion, did right sylvanly entwine. I have lost, oh many a pleasure, many a hope and many a power, studious health and merry leisure, the first dew on the first flower, but the first of all my losses was the losing of the bower. Is the bower lost then? Who saith that the bower indeed is lost? Hark! my spirit in it prayeth through the sunshine and the frost, and the prayer preserves it greenly, to the last and uttermost. Till another open for me in God's Eden land unknown, with an angel at the doorway, white with gazing at his throne, and a saint's voice in the palm trees singing, All is lost and won. Elizabeth Barrett wrote poems at 10, and when 17, published an essay on mind and other poems. The essay was after the manner of Pope, and though showing good knowledge of Plato and Bacon, did not find favour with the critics. It was dedicated to her father, who was proud of a daughter who preferred Latin and Greek to the novels of the day. Her teacher was the blind Hugh Stuart Boyd, whom she praises in her Wine of Cyprus. Then what golden hours were for us, while we sat together there! O our Aeschylus the thunderous, how he drove the bolted breath through the cloud to wedge it ponderous in the gnarled oak beneath! O our Sophocles the royal, who was born to monarch's place, and who made the whole world loyal, less by kingly power than grace! Our Euripides the human, with his droppings of warm tears, and his touches of things common till they rose to touch the spheres! Our Theocritus, our Bion, and our Pindar's shining goals, these were cup-bearers undying, of the wine that's meant for souls. More fond of books than of social life, she was laying the necessary foundation for a noble fame. The lives of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, George Eliot, and Margaret Fuller, emphasized the necessity of almost unlimited knowledge if woman would reach lasting fame. A great man or woman of letters without great scholarship is well nigh an impossible thing. 9 years after her first book, Prometheus Bound and Miscellaneous Poems was published in 1835. She was now 26. A translation from the Greek of Aeschylus by a woman caused much comment, but like the first book it received severe criticism. Several years afterward, when she brought her collected poems before the world, she wrote, "One early failure, a translation of the Prometheus of Aeschylus, which, though happily free of the current of publication, may be remembered against me by a few of my personal friends. I have replaced here by an entirely new version, made for them and my conscience, in expiation of a sin of my youth, with the sincerest application of my mature mind." This latter version, says Mr. Stedman, of a most sublime tragedy, is more poetical than any other of equal correctness, and has the fire and vigor of a master hand. No one has succeeded better than its author in capturing with rhymed measures the wilful rushing melody of the tragic chorus. In 1835 Miss Barrett made the acquaintance of Mary Russell Mitford, and a lifelong friendship resulted. Miss Mitford says, "She was certainly one of the most interesting persons I had ever seen. Everybody who then saw her said the same. Of a slight, delicate figure, with a shower of dark curls falling on either side of a most expressive face, large tender eyes, richly fringed by dark eyelashes, a smile like a sunbeam, and such a look of youthfulness, that I had some difficulty in persuading a friend, in whose carriage we went together to Chiswick, that the translatress of the Prometheus of Aeschylus, the authoress of the Essay on Mind, was old enough to be introduced into company, in technical language, was out. We met so constantly and so familiarly that, in spite of the difference of age, intimacy ripened into friendship, and after my return into the country we corresponded freely and frequently, her letters being just what letters ought to be, her own talk put upon paper." The next year, Miss Barrett, never robust, broke a blood vessel in the lungs. For a year she was ill, and then, with her eldest and favourite brother, was carried to Torquay to try the effect of a warmer climate. After a year spent there, she greatly improved, and seemed likely to recover her usual health.
One beautiful summer morning she went on the balcony to watch her brother and 2 other young men who had gone out for a sail. Having had much experience, and understanding the coast, they allowed the boatman to return to land. Only a few minutes out, and in plain sight, as they were crossing the bar, the boat went down, and the 3 friends perished. Their bodies even were never recovered. The whole town was in mourning. Posters were put upon every cliff and public place, offering large rewards for linen cast ashore marked with the initials of the beloved dead, for it so chanced that all 3 were of the dearest and the best, one an only son, the other the son of a widow. But the sea was forever silent. The sister, who had seen her brother sink before her eyes, was utterly prostrated. She blamed herself for his death, because he came to Torquay for her comfort. All winter long she heard the sound of waves ringing in her ears like the moans of the dying. From this time forward she never mentioned her brother's name, and later exacted from Mr. Browning a promise that the subject should never be broached between them. The following year she was removed to London in an invalid carriage, journeying 20 miles a day. And then, for 7 years, in a large darkened room, lying much of the time upon her couch, and seeing only a few most intimate friends, the frail woman lived and wrote. Books more than ever became her solace and joy. Miss Mitford says, "She read almost every book worth reading, in almost every language, and gave herself heart and soul to that poetry of which she seemed born to be the priestess." When Dr. Barry urged that she read light books, she had a small edition of Plato bound so as to resemble a novel, and the good man was satisfied. She understood her own needs better than he. When she was 29, she published The Seraphim and Other Poems. The Seraphim was a reverential description of 2 angels watching the crucifixion. Though the critics saw much that was strikingly original, they condemned the frequent obscurity of meaning and irregularity of rhyme. The next year The Romaunt of the Page and other ballads appeared, and in 1844, when she was 35, a complete edition of her poems, opening with The Drama of Exile. This was the expulsion of Adam and Eve from Eden, the first scene representing the outer side of the gate of Eden shut fast with cloud, from the depth of which revolves a sword of fire self-moved. Adam and Eve are seen in the distance flying along the glare. In one of her prefaces she said, "Poetry has been to me as serious a thing as life itself, and life has been a very serious thing, but there has been no playing at skittles for me in either. I never mistook pleasure for the final cause of poetry, nor leisure for the hour of the poet. I have done my own work, so far, as work, not as mere hand and head work, apart from the personal being, but as the completest expression of that being to which I could attain, and as work I offer it to the public, feeling its shortcomings more deeply than any of my readers, because measured from the height of my aspiration, but feeling also that the reverence and sincerity with which the work was done should give it some protection from the reverent and sincere." While the drama of Exile received some adverse criticism, the shorter poems became the delight of thousands. Who has not held his breath in reading the rhyme of the Duchess May? "And her head was on his breast, where she smiled as one at rest. Toll slowly. Ring," she cried, "O vesper bell, in the beech-wood's old chapelle, but the passing bell rings best. They have caught out at the rein, which Sir Guy threw loose in vain. Toll slowly. For the horse in stark despair, with his front hoofs poised in air, on the last verge rears amain. Now he hangs, he rocks between, and his nostrils curdle in. Toll slowly. Now he shivers head and hoof, and the flakes of foam fall off, and his face grows fierce and thin. And a look of human woe from his staring eyes did go. Toll slowly. And a sharp cry uttered he, in a foretold agony of the headlong death below." Who can ever forget that immortal cry of the children which awoke all England to the horrors of child labour? That, and Hood's Song of the Shirt, will never die. Who has not read and loved one of the most tender poems in any language, Bertha in the Lane? Yes, and he too, let him stand in thy thoughts untouched by blame. Could he help it, if my hand he had claimed with hasty claim? That was wrong perhaps, but then such things be, and will again. Women cannot judge for men. And, dear Bertha, let me keep on this hand this little ring, which at night, when others sleep, I can still see glittering. Let me wear it out of sight, in the grave, where it will light all the dark up, day and night. No woman has ever understood better the fullness of love, or described it more purely and exquisitely. One person among the many who had read Miss Barrett's poems felt their genius, because he had genius in his own soul, and that person was Robert Browning. That she admired his poetic work was shown in Lady Geraldine's courtship, when Bertram reads to his lady-love. Or at times a modern volume, Wordsworth's solemn-thoughted idyll, Howitt's ballad verse, or Tennyson's enchanted reverie, or from Browning some pomegranate, which, if cut deep down the middle, shows a heart within blood tinctured, of a veined humanity. Mr. Browning determined to meet the unknown singer. Years later he told the story to Elizabeth C. Kinney, when she had gone with the happy husband and wife on a day excursion from Florence. She says, finding that the invalid did not receive strangers, he wrote her a letter, intense with his desire to see her. She reluctantly consented to an interview. He flew to her apartment, was admitted by the nurse, in whose presence only could he see the deity at whose shrine he had long worshipped. But the golden opportunity was not to be lost. Love became oblivious to any save the presence of the real of its ideal. Then and there Robert Browning poured his impassioned soul into hers, though his tale of love seemed only an enthusiast's dream. Infirmity had hitherto so hedged her about that she deemed herself forever protected from all assaults of love. Indeed, she felt only injured that a fellow poet should take advantage, as it were, of her indulgence in granting him an interview, and requested him to withdraw from her presence, not attempting any response to his proposal, which she could not believe in earnest. Of course he withdrew from her sight, but not to withdraw the offer of his heart and hand; on the contrary, to repeat it by letter, and in such wise as to convince her how dead in earnest he was. Her own heart, touched already when she knew it not, was this time fain to listen, be convinced, and overcome. As a filial daughter, Elizabeth told her father of the poet's love, and of the poet's love in return, and asked a parent's blessing to crown their happiness. At first he was incredulous of the strange story, but when the truth flashed on him from the new fire in her eyes, he kindled with rage, and forbade her ever seeing or communicating with her lover again, on the penalty of disinheritance and banishment forever from a father's love. This decision was founded on no dislike for Mr. Browning personally, or anything in him or his family. It was simply arbitrary. But the new love was stronger than the old in her. It conquered. Mr. Barrett never forgave his daughter, and died unreconciled, which to her was a great grief. In 1846 Elizabeth Barrett arose from her sick-bed to marry the man of her choice, who took her at once to Italy, where she spent 15 happy years. At once love seemed to infuse new life into the delicate body and renew the saddened heart. She was 37. She had wisely waited till she found a person of congenial tastes and kindred pursuits. Had she married earlier, it is possible that the cares of life might have deprived the world of some of her noblest works. The marriage was an ideal one. Both had a grand purpose in life. Neither individual was merged in the other. George S. Hilliard, in his 6 months in Italy, when he visited the Brownings the year after their marriage, says, "A happier home and a more perfect union than theirs is not easy to imagine, and this completeness arises not only from the rare qualities which each possesses, but from their perfect adaptation to each other. Nor is she more remarkable for genius and learning than for sweetness of temper and purity of spirit. It is a privilege to know such beings singly and separately, but to see their powers quickened, and their happiness rounded, by the sacred tie of marriage, is cause for peculiar and lasting gratitude. A union so complete as theirs, in which the mind has nothing to crave nor the heart to sigh for, is cordial to behold and soothing to remember." Mr. Browning, says one who knew him well, did not fear to speak of his wife's genius, which he did almost with awe, losing himself so entirely in her glory that one could see that he did not feel worthy to unloose her shoe-latchet, much less to call her his own. When mothers teach their daughters to cultivate their minds as did Mrs. Browning, as well as to emulate her sweetness of temper, then will men venerate women for both mental and moral power. A love that has reverence for its foundation knows no change. Mrs. Browning's conversation was most interesting. She never made an insignificant remark. All that she said was always worth hearing. A greater compliment could not be paid her. She was a most conscientious listener, giving you her mind and heart as well as her magnetic eyes. Persons were never her theme, unless public characters were under discussion or friends were to be praised. One never dreamed of frivolities in Mrs. Browning's presence, and gossip felt itself out of place. Yourself, not herself, was always a pleasant subject to her, calling out all her best sympathies in joy, and yet more in sorrow. Books and humanity, great deeds, and above all politics, which include all the grand questions of the day, were foremost in her thoughts, and therefore oftenest on her lips. I speak not of religion, for with her everything was religion. Thoughtful in the smallest things for others, she seemed to give little thought to herself. The first to see merit, she was the last to censure faults, and gave the praise that she felt with a generous hand. No one so heartily rejoiced at the success of others, no one was so modest in her own triumphs. She loved all who offered her affection, and would solace and advise with any. Mrs. Browning belonged to no particular country. The world was inscribed upon the banner under which she fought. Wrong was her enemy. Against this she wrestled, in whatever part of the globe it was to be found. 3 years after her marriage her only son was born. The Italians ever after called her the mother of the beautiful child. And now some of her ablest and strongest work was done. Her Casa Guidi windows appeared in 1851. It is the story of the struggle for Italian liberty. In the same volume were published the Portuguese sonnets, really her own love-life. It would be difficult to find anything more beautiful than these. First time he kissed me, but he only kissed the fingers of this hand wherewith I write, and ever since it grew more clean and white, slow to world greetings, quick with its "O list" when the angels speak. A ring of amethyst I could not wear here plainer to my sight than that first kiss. The second passed in height the first, and sought the forehead, and half missed half falling on the hair. O beyond meed! That was the chrism of love, which love's own crown with sanctifying sweetness did precede. The third upon my lips was folded down in perfect purple state, since when indeed I have been proud and said, my love, my own. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candle light. I love thee freely as men strive for right. I love thee purely as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with the love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life. And if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Mrs. Browning's next great poem in 1856 was Aurora Leigh, a novel in blank verse, the most mature, she says in the preface, of my works, and the one into which my highest convictions upon life and art have entered. Walter Savage Landor said of it, "In many pages there is the wild imagination of Shakespeare. I had no idea that any one in this age was capable of such poetry." For 15 years this happy wedded life, with its work of brain, hand, and heart, had been lived, and now the bond was to be severed. In June 1861, Mrs. Browning took a severe cold, and was ill for nearly a week. No one thought of danger, though Mr. Browning would not leave her bedside. On the night of June 29th, toward morning she seemed to be in a sort of ecstasy. She told her husband of her love for him, gave him her blessing, and raised herself to die in his arms. "It is beautiful," were her last words, as she caught a glimpse of some heavenly vision. On the evening of July 1st she was buried in the English cemetery, in the midst of sobbing friends, for who could carry out that request? And friends, dear friends, when it shall be that this low breath is gone from me, and round my bier ye come to weep, let one most loving of you all say, not a tear must o'er her fall, he giveth his beloved sleep. The Italians, who loved her, placed on the doorway of Casa Guidi a white marble tablet, with the words, "Here wrote and died E. B. Browning, who in the heart of a woman united the science of a sage and the spirit of a poet, and made with her verse a golden ring binding Italy and England. Grateful Florence placed this memorial, 1861." For 25 years Robert Browning and his artist son have done their work, blessed with the memory of her whom Mr. Stedman calls "the most inspired woman, so far as known, of all who have composed in ancient or modern tongues, or flourished in any land or time." End of Section 12.
Section 13 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 13. George Eliot. Going to the Exposition at New Orleans, I took for reading on the journey the life of George Eliot, by her husband, Mr. J. W. Cross, written with great delicacy and beauty. An accident delayed us, so that for 3 days I enjoyed this insight into a wonderful life. I copied the amazing list of books she had read, and transferred to my notebook many of her beautiful thoughts. Today I have been reading the book again, a clear, vivid picture of a very great woman, whose works, say the Spectator, quote, "are the best specimens of powerful, simple English since Shakespeare." Close quote. What made her a superior woman? Not wealthy parentage, not congenial surroundings. She had a generous, sympathetic heart for a foundation, and on this she built a scholarship that even few men can equal. She loved science and philosophy and language and mathematics, and grew broad enough to discuss great questions and think great thoughts, and yet she was affectionate, tender, and gentle. Mary Ann Evans was born November 22nd, 1819, at Arbury Farm, a mile from Griff, in Warwickshire, England. When 4 months old, the family moved to Griff, where the girl lived till she was 21, in a two-story, old-fashioned red brick house, the walls covered with ivy. 2 Norway firs and an old yew tree shaded the lawn. The father, Robert Evans, a man of intelligence and good sense, was bred a builder and carpenter, afterward becoming a land agent for one of the large estates. The mother was a woman of sterling character, practical and capable. For the 3 children, Christina, Isaac, and Marianne, there was little variety in the commonplace life at Griff. Twice a day the coach from Birmingham to Stamford passed by the house, and the coachman and guard in scarlet were a great diversion. She thus describes the locality in Felix Holt: "Here were powerful men walking queerly, with knees bent outward from squatting in the mine, going home to throw themselves down in their blackened flannel, and sleep through the daylight, then rise and spend much of their high wages at the ale-house with their fellows of the Benefit Club. Here the pale, eager faces of hand-loom weavers, men and women, haggard from sitting up late at night to finish the week's work, hardly begun till the Wednesday. Everywhere the cottages and the small children were dirty, for the languid mothers gave their strength to the loom." Marianne was an affectionate, sensitive child, fond of outdoor sports, imitating everything she saw her brother do, and early in life feeling in her heart that she was to be somebody. When but 4 years old she would seat herself at the piano and play, though she did not know one note from another, that the servant might see that she was a distinguished person. Her life was a happy one, as is shown in her Brother and Sister sonnet: "But were another childhood's world my share, I would be born a little sister there." At 5, the mother being in poor health, the child was sent to a boarding school with her sister, Chrissy, where she remained 3 or 4 years. The older scholars petted her, calling her "little mamma." At 8 she went to a larger school at Nuneaton, where one of the teachers, Miss Lewis, became her lifelong friend. The child had the greatest fondness for reading, her first book, A Linnet's Life, being tenderly cared for all her days. Aesop's fables were read and reread. At this time a neighbor had loaned one of the Waverley novels to the older sister, who returned it before Marianne had finished it. Distressed at this break in the story, she began to write out, as nearly as she could remember, the whole volume for herself. Her amazed family re-borrowed the book, and the child was happy. The mother sometimes protested against the use of so many candles for night reading, and rightly feared that her eyes would be spoiled. At the next school, in Coventry, Marianne so surpassed her comrades that they stood in awe of her, but managed to overcome this when a basket of dainties came in from the country home. In 1836 the excellent mother died. Marianne wrote to her friend in after life: "I began at 16 to be acquainted with the unspeakable grief of a last parting in the death of my mother." In the following spring Chrissy was married, and after a good cry with her brother over this breaking up of the home circle, Marianne took upon herself the household duties, and became the caretaker instead of the schoolgirl. Although so young, she took a leading part in the benevolent work of the neighborhood. Her love for books increased. She engaged a well-known teacher to come from Coventry to give her lessons at French, German, and Italian, while another helped her in music, of which she was passionately fond. Later she studied Greek, Latin, Spanish, and Hebrew. Shut up in the farmhouse, hungering for knowledge, she applied herself with a persistency and eagerness that by and by were to bear their legitimate fruit. That she felt the privation of a collegiate course is undoubted. She says in Danielle Deronda: "You may try, but you can never imagine what it is to have a man's force of genius in you, and yet to suffer the slavery of being a girl." She did not neglect her household duties. One of her hands, which were noticeable for their beauty of shape, was broader than the other, which, she used to say with some pride, was owing to the butter and cheese she had made. At 20 she was reading the Life of Wilberforce, Josephus's History of the Jews, Spenser's Faery Queen, Don Quixote, Milton, Bacon, Mrs. Somerville's Connection of the Physical Sciences, and Wordsworth. The latter was always an especial favorite, and his life, by Frederick Mayer, in the Men of Letters series, was one of the last books she ever read. Already she was learning the illimitableness of knowledge. For my part, she says, I am ready to sit down and weep at the impossibility of my understanding, or barely knowing, a fraction of the sum of objects that present themselves for our contemplation in books and in life. About this time Mr. Evans left the farm and moved to Foleshill, near Coventry. The poor people at Griff were very sorry, and said, "We shall never have another Mary Ann Evans." Marian, as she was now called, found at Foleshill a few intellectual and companionable friends, Mr. and Mrs. Bray, both authors, and Miss Hennell, their sister. Through the influence of these friends she gave up some of her evangelical views, but she never ceased to be a devoted student and lover of the Bible. She was happy in her communing with nature. "Delicious autumn," she said. "My very soul is wedded to it, and if I were a bird I would fly about the earth, seeking the successive autumns. I have been reveling in Nichol's Architecture of the Heavens and Phenomena of the Solar System, and have been in imagining winging my flight from system to system, from universe to universe." In 1844, when Miss Evans was 25 years old, she began the translation of Strauss's Life of Jesus. The lady who was to marry Miss Hennell's brother had partially done the work, and asked Miss Evans to finish it. For nearly 3 years she gave it all the time at her command, receiving only $100 for the labor. It was a difficult and weary work. "When I can work fast," she said, "I am never weary, nor do I regret either that the work has been begun or that I have undertaken it. I am only inclined to vow that I will never translate again, if I live to correct the sheets for Strauss." When the book was finished, it was declared to be a faithful, elegant, and scholar-like translation, word for word, thought for thought, and sentence for sentence. Strauss himself was delighted with it. The days passed as usual in the quiet home. Now she and her father, the latter in failing health, visited the Isle of Wight, and saw beautiful Alum Bay, with its high precipice, the strata upheaved perpendicularly in rainbow-like streaks of the brightest maize, violet, pink, blue, red, brown, and brilliant white, worn by the weather into fantastic fretwork, the deep blue sky above, and the glorious sea below. Who of us has not felt this same delight in looking upon this picture painted by nature? Now Ralph Waldo Emerson, as well as other famous people, visited the Bray family. Miss Evans writes, "I have seen Emerson, the first man I have ever seen." High praise indeed from our "great calm soul," as he called Miss Evans. I am grateful for the Carlyle eulogium on Emerson. I have shed some quite delicious tears over it. This is a world worth abiding in while one man can thus venerate and love another. Each evening she played on the piano to her admiring father, and finally, through months of illness, carried him down tenderly to the grave. He died May 31st, 1849. Worn with care, Miss Evans went upon the Continent with the Brays, visiting Paris, Milan, the Italian lakes, and finally resting for some months at Geneva. As her means were limited, she tried to sell her Encyclopaedia Britannica at half price, so that she could have money for music lessons, and to attend a course of lectures on experimental physics by the renowned Professor de la Rive. She was also carefully reading socialistic themes, Proudhon, Rousseau, and others. She wrote to friends, "The days are really only 2 hours long, and I have so many things to do that I go to bed every night miserable because I have left out something I meant to do. I take a dose of mathematics every day to prevent my brain from becoming quite soft." On her return to England she visited the Brays, and met Mr. Chapman, the editor of the Westminster Review, and Mr. Mackay, upon whose Progress of the Intellect she had just written a review. Mr. Chapman must have been deeply impressed with the learning and ability of Miss Evans, for he offered her the position of assistant editor of the magazine, a most unusual position for a woman, since its contributors were Froude, Carlyle, John Stuart Mill, and other able men. Miss Evans accepted, and went to board with Mr. Chapman's family in London. How different this from the quiet life at Foleshill! The best society, that is, the greatest in mind, opened wide its doors to her. Herbert Spencer, who had just published Social Statics, became one of her best friends. Harriet Martineau came often to see her. Grote was very friendly. The woman editor was now 32, her massive head covered with brown curls, blue-gray eyes, mobile, sympathetic mouth, strong chin, pale face, soft, low voice, like Dorothea's in Middlemarch, the voice of a soul that has once lived in an Aeolian harp. Mr. Bray thought that Miss Evans's head, after that of Napoleon, showed the largest development from brow to ear of any person's recorded. She had extraordinary power of expression and extraordinary psychological powers, but her chief attraction was her universal sympathy. She essentially resembled Socrates, says Mathilde Blind, in her manner of eliciting whatever capacity for thought might be latent in the people she came in contact with. Were it only a shoemaker or day laborer, she would never rest till she had found out in what points that particular man differed from other men of his class. She always rather educed what was in others than impressed herself on them, showing much kindliness of heart in drawing out people who were shy. Sympathy was the keynote of her nature, the source of her iridescent humor, of her subtle knowledge of character, of her dramatic genius. No person attains to permanent fame without sympathy. Miss Evans now found her heart and hands full of work. Her first article was a review of Carlyle's Life of John Sterling. She was fond of biography. She said, "We have often wished that genius would incline itself more frequently to the task of the biographer; that when some great or good person dies, instead of the dreary 3 or 4 volume compilation of letters and diary in detail, little to the purpose, which 2/3 of the public have not the chance, nor the other third the inclination to read, we could have a real life, setting forth briefly and vividly the man's inward and outward struggles, aims, achievements, so as to make clear the meaning which his experience has for his fellows. A few such lives, chiefly autobiographies, the world possesses, and they have perhaps been more influential on the foundation of character than any other kind of reading. It is a help to read such a life as Margaret Fuller's. How inexpressively touching that passage from her journal, "I shall always reign through the intellect, but the life, oh, my God, shall that never be sweet? I am thankful as if for myself that it was sweet at last." The great minds which Miss Evans met made life a constant joy, though she was frail in health. Now Herbert Spencer took her to hear William Tell or the Creation. She wrote of him, "We have agreed that we are not in love with each other, and that there is no reason why we should not have as much of each other's society as we like. He is a good, delightful creature, and I always feel better for being with him. My brightest spot, next to my love of old friends, is the deliciously calm new friendship that Herbert Spencer gives me. We see each other every day, and have a delightful camaraderie in everything. But for him my life would be desolate enough." There is no telling what this happy friendship might have resulted in, if Mr. Spencer had not introduced to Miss Evans George Henry Lewes, a man of brilliant conversational powers, who had written a history of philosophy, 2 novels, Ranthorpe and Rose Blanche and Violet, and was a contributor to several reviews. Mr. Lewes was a witty and versatile man, a dramatic critic, an actor for a short time, unsuccessful as an editor of a newspaper, and unsuccessful in his domestic relations. That he loved Miss Evans is not strange. That she admired him while she pitied him and his 3 sons in their broken home life is perhaps not strange. At first she did not like him, nor did Margaret Fuller, but Miss Evans says, "Mr. Lewes is kind and attentive, and has quite won my regard, after having had a good deal of my vituperation. Like a few other people in the world, he is much better than he seems, a man of heart and conscience, wearing a mask of flippancy." Miss Evans, tired of her hard work, as who does not in this working world? "I am bothered to death," she writes, "with article reading and scrap work of all sorts. It is clear my poor head will never produce anything under these circumstances, but I am patient. I had a long call from George Combe yesterday. He says he thinks the Westminster under my management the most important means of enlightenment of a literary nature in existence. The Edinburgh under Jeffrey nothing to it, etc. I wish I thought so." Sick with continued headaches, she went up to the English Lakes to visit Miss Martineau. The coach at 6:30 in the evening stopped at the Knoll, and a beaming face came to welcome her. During the evening, she says, Miss Martineau came behind me, put her hands round me, and kissed me in the prettiest way, telling me she was so glad she had got me here. Meanwhile, Miss Evans was writing learned and valuable articles on taxation, woman in France, evangelical teaching, and the like. She received $500 yearly from her father's estate, but she lived simply that she might spend much of this for poor relations. In 1854 she resigned her position on the Westminster and went with Mr. Lewes to Germany, forming a union which thousands who love her must regard as the great mistake of a very great life. Mr. Lewes was collecting material for his life of Goethe. This took them to Goethe's home at Weimar. By the side of the bed, she says, stands a stuffed chair where he used to sit and read while he drinks his coffee in the morning. It was not until very late in his life that he adopted the luxury of an armchair. From the other side of the study one enters the library, which is fitted up in a very makeshift fashion with rough deal shelves and bits of paper, with philosophy, history, etc., written on them to mark the classification of the books. Among such memorials one breathes deeply, and the tears rush to one's eyes. George Eliot met Liszt, and "for the first time in her life beheld real inspiration, for the first time heard the true tones of the piano." Roche, the great sculptor, called upon them, and won our hearts by his beautiful person and the benignity and intelligent charm of his conversation. Both writers were hard at work. George Eliot was writing an article on Weimar for Fraser, on Cumming for Westminster, and translating Spinoza's Ethics. No name was signed to these productions, as it would not do to have it known that a woman wrote them. The education of most women was so meager that the articles would have been considered of little value. Happily, Girton and Newham colleges are changing this estimate of the sex. Women do not like to be regarded as inferior. Then they must educate themselves as thoroughly as the best men are educated. Mr. Lewes was not well. "This is a terrible trial to us poor scribblers," she writes, "to whom health is money, as well as all other things worth having." They had but one sitting room between them, and the scratching of another pen so affected her nerves as to drive her nearly wild. Pecuniarily, life was a harder struggle than ever, for there were 4 more mouths to be fed, Mr. Lewes' 3 sons and their mother. "Our life is intensely occupied, and the days are far too short," she writes. They were reading in every spare moment 12 plays of Shakespeare, Goethe's works, Wilhelm Meister, Gott von Berechtigen, Hermann and Dorothea, Iphigenia, Van der Regen, Italismia, Ries, and others. Heine's poems, Lessing's Lacona and Nathan the Wise, Macaulay's History of England, Moore's Life of Sheridan, Brougham's Life of Men of Letters, White's History of Selborne, Whewell's History of Inductive Sciences, Boswell, Carpenter's Comparative Physiology, Jones's Animal Kingdom, Allison's History of Europe, Caunas's History of German Protestantism, Schrader's German Mythology, Kingsley's Greek Heroes, and the Iliad and Odyssey in the original. She says, If you want delightful reading, get Lowell's My Study Windows and read the essays called My Garden Acquaintances and Winter. No wonder they were busy. On their return from Germany they went to the seashore, that Mr. Lewes might perfect his seaside studies. George Eliot entered heartily into the work. "We were immensely excited," she said, "by the discovery of this little red mesembryanthemum. It was a crescendo of delight when we found a strawberry, and a fortissimo when I, for the first time, saw the pale fawn-colored tentacles of an Anthea cereus viciously waving like little serpents in a low-tide pool." They read here Gosse's Rambles on the Devonshire Coast, Edwards' Zoology, Harvey's Seaside Book, and other scientific works. And now at 37 George Eliot was to begin her creative work. Mr. Lewes had often said to her, "You have wit, description, and philosophy. Those go a good way toward the production of a novel." "It had always been a vague dream of mine," she says, "that some time or other I might write a novel. But I never went further toward the actual writing than an introductory chapter describing a Staffordshire village and the life of the neighboring farmhouses, and as the years passed on I lost any hope that I should ever be able to write a novel, just as I desponded about everything else in my future life. I always thought I was deficient in dramatic power, both of construction and dialogue, but I felt I should be at my ease in the descriptive parts." After she had written a portion of Amos Barton in her Scenes of Clerical Life, she read it to Mr. Lewes, who told her that now he was sure she could write a good dialogue, but not as yet sure about her pathos. One evening in his absence she wrote the scene describing Milly's death, and read it to Mr. Lewes on his return. "We both cried over it," she says, "and then he came up to me and kissed me, saying, 'I think your pathos is better than your fun.'" Mr. Lewes sent the story to Blackwood with the signature of George Eliot, the first name chosen because it was his own name, and the last because it pleased her fancy. Mr. Lewes wrote that this story by a friend of his showed, according to his judgment, such humor, pathos, vivid presentation, and nice observation as have not been exhibited in this style since The Vicar of Wakefield. Mr. John Blackwood accepted the story, but made some comments which discouraged the author from trying another. Mr. Lewes wrote him the effects of his words, which he hastened to withdraw, as there was so much to be said in praise that he really desired more stories from the same pen, and sent her a check for $250. This was evidently soothing, as Mr. Gilfil's love story and Janet's repentance were at once written. Much interest began to be expressed about the author. Some said Bulwer wrote the sketches. Thackeray praised them, and Arthur Helps said, "He is a great writer." Copies of the stories, bound together with the title Scenes of Clerical Life, and were sent to Froude, Dickens, Thackeray, Tennyson, Ruskin, and Faraday. Dickens praised the humor and the pathos, and thought the author was a woman. Jane Welch Carlyle thought it a human book written out of the heart of a live man, not merely out of the brain of an author, full of tenderness and pathos without a scrap of sentimentality, of sense without dogmatism, of earnestness without twaddle. A book that makes one feel friends at once and for always with the man or woman who wrote it. She guessed that the author was a man of middle age, with a wife from whom he has got those beautiful feminine touches in his book, a good many children, and a dog that he has as much fondness for as I have for my little Nero. Mr. Lewes was delighted, and said, "Her fame is beginning." George Eliot was growing happier, for her nature had been somewhat despondent. She used to say, "Expecting disappointments is the only form of hope with which I am familiar." She said, "I feel a deep satisfaction in having done a bit of faithful work that will perhaps remain, like a primrose root in the hedgerow, and gladden and chasten human hearts in years to come. Conscience goes to the hammering in of nails is my gospel," she would say. "Writing is part of my religion, and I can write no word that is not prompted from within." At the same time, I believe that almost all the best books in the world have been written with the hope of getting money for them. My life has deepened unspeakably during the last year. I feel a greater capacity for moral and intellectual enjoyment, a more acute sense of my deficiencies in the past, a more solemn desire to be faithful to coming duties." For Scenes of Clerical Life she received $600 for the first edition, and much more after her other books appeared. And now another work, a longer one, was growing in her mind, Adam Bede, the germ of which, she says, was an anecdote told by her aunt, Elizabeth Evans, the Dinah Morris of the book. A very ignorant girl had murdered her child, and refused to confess it. Mrs. Evans, who was a Methodist preacher, stayed with her all night praying with her, and at last she burst into tears and confessed her crime. Mrs. Evans went with her in the cart to the place of execution, and ministered to the unhappy girl till death came. When the first pages of Adam Bede were shown to Mr. Blackwood, he said, "That will do." George Eliot and Mr. Lewes went to Munich, Dresden, and Vienna for rest and change, and she prepared much of the book in this time. When it was finished, she wrote on the manuscript, "Jubilate. To my dear husband, George Henry Lewes, I give the manuscript of a work which would never have been written but for the happiness which his love has conferred on my life." For this novel she received $4,000 for the copyright for 4 years. Fame had actually come. All the literary world were talking about it. John Murray said there had never been such a book. Charles Reade said, putting his finger on Lisbeth's account of her coming home with her husband from the marriage, "the finest thing since Shakespeare." A working man wrote, "Forgive me, dear sir, my boldness in asking you to give us a cheap edition. You would confer on us a great boon. I can get plenty of trash for a few pence, but I am sick of it." Mr. Charles Buxton said in the House of Commons, "As the farmer's wife says in Adam Bede, it wants to be hatched over again and hatched differently." This, of course, greatly helped to popularize the book. To George Eliot all this was cause for the deepest gratitude. They were able now to rent a home at Wanworth and move to it at once. The poverty and the drudgery of life seemed over. She said, "I sing my Magnificat in a quiet way, and have a great deal of deep, silent joy, but few authors, I suppose, who have had a real success, have known less of the flush and the sensations of triumph that are talked of as the accompaniments of success. I often think of my dreams when I was 4 or 5 and 20. I thought then how happy fame would make me. I am assured now that Adam Bede was worth writing, worth living through those long years to write. But now it seems impossible that I shall ever write anything so good and true again." Up to this time the world did not know who George Eliot was, but as a man by the name of Liggins laid claim to the authorship, and tried to borrow money for his needs because Blackwood would not pay him, the real name of the author had to be divulged. 5,000 copies of Adam Bede were sold the first 2 weeks, and 16,000 the first year. So excellent was the sale that Mr. Blackwood sent her $4,000 in addition to the first 4. The work was soon translated into French, German, and Hungarian. Mr. Lewes' Physiology of Common Life was now published, but it brought little pecuniary return. The reading was carried on as usual by the 2 students. The Life of George Stephenson, the Electra of Sophocles, the Agamemnon of Aeschylus, Harriet Martineau's British Empire in India, and History of the 30 Years' Peace, Beranger, Modern Painters, containing some of the finest writings of the age, Overbeck on Greek Art, Anna Mary Howitt's book on Munich, Carlyle's Life of Frederick the Great, Darwin's Origin of Species, Emerson's Man the Reformer, which comes to me with fresh beauty and meaning, Buckley's History of Civilization, Plato and Aristotle. An American publisher now offered her $6,000 for a book, but she was obliged to decline, for she was writing The Mill on the Floss in 1860, for which Blackwood gave her $10,000 for the first edition of 4,000 copies, and Harper and Brothers $1,500 for using it also. Tauchnitz paid her $500 for the German reprint. She said, "I am grateful and yet rather sad to have finished, sad that I shall live with my people on the banks of the Floss no longer. But it is time that I should go and absorb some new life and gather fresh ideas." They went at once to Italy, where they spent several months in Florence, Venice, and Rome. In the former city she made her studies for her great novel, Romola. She read Sismondi's History of the Italian Republics, Tenneman's History of Philosophy, T.A. Trollope's Beata, Hallam on the Study of Roman Law in the Middle Ages, Gibbon on the Revival of Greek Learning, Burlamachi's Life of Savonarola, also Valari's Life of the Great Preacher, Mrs. Jameson's Sacred and Legendary Art, Machiavelli's Works, Petrarch's Letters, Casaguidi Windows, Buelle's History of Modern Philosophy, Story's Roba di Roma, Liddell's Rome, Gibbon, Mosheim, and one might almost say the whole range of Italian literature in the original. Of Mommsen's History of Rome she said, "It is so fine that I count all minds graceless who read it without the deepest stirrings." The study necessary to make one familiar with 15th-century times was almost limitless. No wonder she told Mr. Cross, years afterward, "I began Romola a young woman. I finished it an old woman." But that, with Adam Bede and Middlemarch, will be her monument. What courage and patience, she says, are wanted for every life that aims to produce anything. In authorship I hold carelessness to be a mortal sin. I took unspeakable pains in preparing to write Romola. For this one book, on which she spent a year and a half, Cornhill Magazine paid her the small fortune of $35,000. She purchased a pleasant home, the Priory, Regent's Park, where she made her friends welcome, though she never made calls upon any for a lack of time. She had found, like Victor Hugo, that time is a very precious thing for those who wish to succeed in life. Browning, Huxley, and Herbert Spencer often came to dine. Says Mr. Cross in his admirable Life, "The entertainment was frequently varied by music when any good performer happened to be present. I think, however, that the majority of visitors delighted chiefly to come for the chance of a few words with George Eliot alone. When the drawing-room door of the Priory opened, a first glance revealed her always in the same low arm-chair on the left-hand side of the fire. On entering, a visitor's eyes was at once arrested by the massive head. The abundant hair, streaked with gray now, was draped with lace, arranged mantilla fashion, coming to a point at the top of the forehead. If she were engaged in conversation, her body was usually bent forward with eager, anxious desire to get as close as possible to the person with whom she talked. She had a great dislike to raising her voice, and often became so wholly absorbed in conversation that the announcement of an incoming visitor failed to attract her attention, but the moment the eyes were lifted up and recognized a friend, they smiled a rare welcome, sincere, cordial, grave, a welcome that was felt to come straight from the heart, not graduated according to any social distinction. After much reading of Fawcett, Mill, and other writers on political economy, Felix Holt was written in 1866, and for this she received from Blackwood $25,000. Very much worn with her work, though Mr. Lewes relieved her in every way possible by writing letters and looking over all criticisms of her books, which she never read, she was obliged to go to Germany for rest. In 1868 she published her long poem, The Spanish Gypsy, reading Spanish literature carefully and finally passing some time in Spain, that she might be the better able to make a lasting work. Had she given her life to poetry, doubtless she would have been a great poet. Silas Marner, written before Romola in 1861, had been well received, and Middlemarch in 1872 made a great sensation. It was translated into several languages. George Bancroft wrote her from Berlin that everybody was reading it. For this she received a much larger sum than the $35,000 which she was paid for Romola. A home was now purchased in Surrey, with 8 or 9 acres of pleasure grounds, for George Eliot had always longed for trees and flowers about her house. "Sunlight and sweet air," she said, "make a new creature of me." Daniel Deronda followed in 1876, for which it is said she read nearly 1,000 volumes. Whether this be true or not, the list of books given in her life of her reading in these later years is as astonishing as it is helpful for any who desire real knowledge. At Whitley, in Surrey, they lived a quiet life, seeing only a few friends like the Tennysons, the Du Mauriers, and Sir Henry and Lady Holland. Both were growing older, and Mr. Lewes was in very poor health. Finally, after a 10 days' illness, he died November 28, 1878. To George Eliot this loss was immeasurable. She needed his help and his affection. She said, "I like not only to be loved, but also to be told that I am loved," and he had idolized her. He said, "I owe Spencer a debt of gratitude. It was through him that I learned to know Miriam. To know her was to love her, and since then my life has been a new birth. To her I owe all my prosperity and all my happiness. God bless her." Mr. John Walter Cross, for some time a wealthy banker in New York, had long been a friend of the family, and, though many years younger than George Eliot, became her helper in these days of need. A George Henry Lewes studentship, the value of $1,000 yearly, was to be given to Cambridge for some worthy student of either sex in memory of the man she had loved. "I want to live a little time that I may do certain things for his sake," she said. She grew despondent, and the Cross family used every means to win her away from her sorrow. Mr. Cross's mother, to whom he was devotedly attached, had also died, and the loneliness of both made their companionship more comforting. They read Dante together in the original, and gradually the younger man found that his heart was deeply interested. It was the higher kind of love, the honor of mind for mind and soul for soul. "I shall be," she said, "a better, more loving creature than I could have been in solitude. To be constantly, lovingly grateful for this gift of a perfect love is the best illumination of one's mind to all possible good there may be in store for man on this troublous little planet." Mr. Cross and George Eliot were married May 6, 1880, a year and a half after Mr. Lewes' death, his son Charles giving her away, and went at once to Italy. She wrote, "Marriage has seemed to restore me to my old self. To feel daily the loveliness of a nature close to me, and to feel grateful for it, is the fountain of tenderness and strength to endure." Having passed through a severe illness, she wrote to a friend, "I have been cared for by something much better than angelic tenderness. If it is any good for me that my life has been prolonged till now, I believe it is owing to this miraculous affection that has chosen to watch over me." She did not forget Mr. Lewes in looking upon the Grande Chartreuse. She said, "I would still give up my own life willingly if he could have the happiness instead of me." On their return to London they made their winter home at 4 Cheyne Walk, Chelsea, a plain brick house. The days were gliding by happily. George Eliot was interested as ever in all great subjects, giving $500 for woman's higher education at Girton College, and helping many a struggling author, or providing some poor friend of early times who was proud to be remembered. She and Mr. Cross began their reading for the day with the Bible, she especially enjoying Isaiah, Jeremiah, and St. Paul's epistles. Then they read Max Muller's work, Shakespeare, Milton, Scott, and whatever was best in English, French, and German literature. Milton she called her demigod. Her husband says she had a limitless persistence in application. Her health was better, and she gave promise of doing more great work. When urged to write her autobiography, she said, half sighing and half smiling, "The only thing I should care much to dwell on would be the absolute despair I suffered from of ever being able to achieve anything. No one could ever have felt greater despair, and a knowledge of this might be a help to some other struggler." Friday afternoon, December 17, she went to see Agamemnon, performed in Greek by Oxford students, and the next afternoon to a concert at St. James's Hall. She took cold, and on Monday was treated for sore throat. On Wednesday evening the doctors came, and she whispered to her husband, "Tell them I have a great pain in the left side." This was the last word. She died with every faculty bright, and her heart responsive to all noble things. She loved knowledge to the end. She said, "My constant groan is that I must leave so much of the greatest writing which the centuries have sifted for me unread for want of time." She had the broadest charity for those whose views differed from hers. She said, "The best lesson of tolerance we have to learn is to tolerate intolerance." She hoped for and looked forward to the time when the impulse to help our fellows shall be as immediate and as irresistible as that which I feel to grasp something firm if I am falling. On Sunday afternoon I went to see her grave at Highgate Cemetery, London. A gray granite shaft, about 25 feet high, stands above it, with these beautiful words from her great poem: "Oh, may I join the choir invisible of those immortal dead who live again in minds made better by their presence." Here lies the body of George Eliot, Mary Ann Cross. Born 22nd November, 1819, died 22nd December, 1880. A stone coping is around this grave, and bouquets of yellow crocuses and hyacinths lie upon it. Next to her grave is a horizontal slab with the name of George Henry Lewes upon the stone. End of Section 13.
Section 14 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Mackenzie. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 14. Elizabeth Fry. When a woman of beauty, great wealth, and the highest social position devotes her life to the lifting of the lowly and the criminal, and preaches the gospel from the north of Scotland to the south of France, it is not strange that the world admires, and that books are written in praise of her. Unselfishness makes a rare and radiant life, and this was the crowning beauty of the life of Elizabeth Fry. Born in Norwich, England, May 21st, 1780, Elizabeth was the third daughter of Mr. John Gurney, a wealthy London merchant. Mrs. Gurney, the mother, a descendant of the Berkeleys of Ury, was a woman of much personal beauty, singularly intellectual for those times, making her home a place where literary and scientific people loved to gather. Elizabeth well nigh idolized her mother, and used often to cry after going to bed, lest death should take away the precious parent. In the daytime, when the mother, not very robust, would sometimes lie down to rest, the child would creep to the bedside and watch tenderly and anxiously to see if she were breathing. Well might Mrs. Gurney say, "My dove-like Betsy scarcely ever offends, and is, in every sense of the word, truly engaging." Mrs. Fry wrote years afterward, "My mother was most dear to me, and the walks she took with me in the old-fashioned garden are as fresh with me as if only just past, and her telling me about Adam and Eve being driven out of paradise. I always considered it must be just like our garden. I remember with pleasure my mother's beds of wild flowers, which, with delight, I used as a child to attend with her. It gave me that pleasure in observing their beauties and varieties that, though I never have had time to become a botanist, few can imagine, in my many journeys, how I have been pleased and refreshed by observing and enjoying the wild flowers on my way." The home, Earlham Hall, was one of much beauty and elegance, a seat of the Bacon family. The large house stood in the centre of a well-wooded park, the river Wensum flowing through it. On the south front of the house was a large lawn, flanked by great trees, underneath which wild flowers grew in profusion. The views about the house were so artistic that artists often came there to sketch. In this restful and happy home, after a brief illness, Mrs. Gurney died in early womanhood, leaving 11 children, all young, the smallest but 2 years old. Elizabeth was 12, old enough to feel the irreparable loss. To the day of her death the memory of this time was extremely sad. She was a nervous and sensitive child, afraid of the dark, begging that a light be left in her room, and equally afraid to bathe in the sea. Her feelings were regarded as the whims of a child, and her nervous system was injured in consequence. She always felt the lack of wisdom in hardening children, and said, "I am now of opinion that my fear would have been much more subdued, and great suffering spared, by its having been still more yielded to, by having a light left in my room, not being long left alone, and never forced to bathe." After her marriage she guided her children rather than attempt to break their wills, and lived to see happy results from the good sense and Christian principle involved in such guiding. In her prison work she used the least possible governing, winning control by kindness and gentleness. Elizabeth grew to young womanhood with pleasing manners, slight and graceful in body, with a profusion of soft flaxen hair and a bright, intelligent face. Her mind was quick, penetrating, and original. She was a skilful rider on horseback, and made a fine impression in her scarlet riding habit, for, while her family were Quakers, they did not adopt the grey dress. She was attractive in society and much admired. She writes in her journal: "Company at dinner. I must beware of not being a flirt. It is an abominable character. I hope I shall never be one, and yet I fear I am one now a little. I think I am by degrees losing many excellent qualities. I lay it to my great love of gaiety, and the world. I am now 17, and if some kind and great circumstance does not happen to me, I shall have my talents devoured by moth and rust. They will lose their brightness, and one day they will prove a curse instead of a blessing." Before she was 18, William Savery, an American friend, came to England to spend 2 years in the British Isles, preaching. The 7 beautiful Gurney sisters went to hear him, and sat on the front seat, Elizabeth, with her smart boots, purple, laced with scarlet. As the preacher proceeded, she was greatly moved, weeping during the service and nearly all the way home. She had been thrown much among those who were deists in thought, and this gospel message seemed a revelation to her. The next morning Mr. Savery came to Earlham Hall to breakfast. From this day, say her daughters in their interesting memoir of their mother, her love of pleasure in the world seemed gone. She herself said in her last illness, "Since my heart was touched at the age of 17, I believe I never have awakened from sleep, in sickness or in health, by day or by night, without my first waking thought being how best I might serve my Lord." Soon after she visited London, that she might, as she said, try all things, and choose for herself what appeared to her to be good. She wrote: "I went to Drury Lane in the evening. I must own I was extremely disappointed. To be sure the house is grand and dazzling, but I had no other feeling whilst there than that of wishing it over. I called on Mrs. Siddons, who was not at home, then on Mrs. Twiss, who gave me some paint for the evening. I was painted a little, I had my hair dressed, and did look pretty for me." On her return to Earlham Hall she found that the London pleasure had not been satisfying. She says: "I wholly gave up on my own ground, attending all places of public amusement. I saw they tended to promote evil. Therefore, if I could attend them without being hurt myself, I felt in entering them I lent my aid to promote that which I was sure from what I saw hurt others." She was also much exercised about dancing, thinking, while in a family it may be of use by the bodily exercise, that the more the pleasures of life are given up, the less we love the world, and our hearts will be set upon better things. The heretofore fashionable young girl began to visit the poor and the sick in the neighbourhood, and at last decided to open a school for poor children. Only 1 boy came at first, but soon she had 70. She lost none of her good cheer and charming manner, but rather grew more charming. She cultivated her mind as well, reading logic, Watts on judgment, Lavater, etc. The rules of life which she wrote for herself at 18 are worth copying. First, never lose any time. I do not think that lost which is spent in amusement or recreation some time every day, but always be in the habit of being employed. Second, never err the least in truth. Third, never say an ill thing of a person when I can say a good thing of him. Not only speak charitably, but feel so. Fourth, Never be irritable or unkind to anybody. 5th, never indulge myself in luxuries that are not necessary. 6th, do all things with consideration, and when my path to act right is most difficult, put confidence in that power alone which is able to assist me, and exert my own powers as far as they go. Gradually she laid aside all jewellery, then began to dress in quiet colours, and finally adopted the Quaker garb, feeling that she could do more good in it. At first her course did not altogether please her family, but they lived to idolize and bless her for her doings, and to thankfully enjoy her world-wide fame. At 20 she received an offer of marriage from a wealthy London merchant, Mr. Joseph Fry. She hesitated for some time, lest her active duties in the church should conflict with the cares of a home of her own. She said, "My most anxious wish is, that I may not hinder my spiritual welfare, which I have so much feared, as to make me often doubt if marriage were a desirable thing for me at this time, or even the thoughts of it." However, she was soon married, and a happy life resulted. For most women this marriage, which made her the mother of 11 children, would have made all public work impossible, but to a woman of Elizabeth Fry's strong character nothing seemed impossible. Whether she would have accomplished more for the world had she remained unmarried, no one can tell. Her husband's parents were plain, consistent friends, and his sister became especially congenial to the young bride. A large and airy house was taken in London, St. Mildred's Court, which became a centre for Friends in both Great Britain and America. With all her wealth and her fondness for her family, she wrote in her journal, "I have been married 8 years yesterday. Various trials of faith and patience have been permitted me. My course has been very different to what I had expected. Instead of being, as I had hoped, a useful instrument in the church militant, here I am, a careworn wife and mother outwardly, nearly devoted to the things of this life. Though at times this difference in my destination has been trying to me, yet I believe those trials, which have certainly been very pinching, that I have had to go through have been very useful, and have brought me to a feeling sense of what I am, and at the same time have taught me where power is, and in what we are to glory, not in ourselves, nor in anything we can be or do, but we are alone to desire that He may be glorified, either through us or others, in our being something or nothing, as He may see best for us." After 11 years the Fry family moved to a beautiful home in the country at Plashet. Changes had come in those 11 years. The father had died, one sister had married Sir Thomas Fowell Buxton, and she herself had been made a minister by the Society of Friends. While her hands were very full with the care of her 7 children, she had yet found time to do much outside Christian work. Naturally shrinking, she says, "I find it an awful thing to rise amongst a large assembly, and, unless much covered with love and power, hardly know how to venture." But she seemed always to be covered with love and power, for she prayed much and studied her Bible closely, and her preaching seemed to melt alike crowned heads and criminals in chains. Opposite the Plashet house, with its great trees and flowers, was a dilapidated building occupied by an aged man and his sister. They had once been well to do, but were now very poor, earning a pittance by selling rabbits. The sister, shy and sorrowful from their reduced circumstances, was nearly inaccessible, but Mrs. Fry won her way to her heart. Then she asked how they would like to have a girls' school in a big room attached to the building. They consented, and soon 70 poor girls were in attendance. She had, says a friend, the gentlest touch with children. She would win their hearts, if they had never seen her before, almost at the first glance, and by the first sound of her musical voice. Then the young wife, now 31, established a depot of calicoes and flannels for the poor, with a room full of drugs and another department where good soup was prepared all through the hard winters. She would go into the Irish colony, taking her 2 older daughters with her, that they might learn the sweetness of benevolence, threading her way through children's and pigs, up broken staircases, and by narrow passages. Then she would listen to their tales of want and woe. Now she would find a young mother dead, with a paper cross pinned upon her breast. Now she visited a gipsy camp to care for a sick child and give them Bibles. Each year when the camp returned to Plashet, their chief pleasure was the visits of the lovely Quaker. Blessings on thee, beautiful Elizabeth Fry! She now began to assist in the public meetings near London, but with some hesitation, as it took her from home. But after an absence of 2 weeks she found her household in very comfortable order, and so far from having suffered in my absence, it appears as if a better blessing had attended them than common. She did not forget her home interests. One of her servants being ill, she watched by his bedside till he died. When she talked with him of the world to come, he said, "God bless you, ma'am." She said, "There is no set of people I feel so much about as servants, as I do not think they have generally justice done to them. They are too much considered as another race of beings, and we are apt to forget that the holy injunction holds good with them, 'Do as thou wouldst be done unto.'" She who could dine with kings and queens felt as regards servants, that in the best sense we are all one, and though our paths here may be different, we have all souls equally valuable, and have all the same work to do, which, if properly considered, should lead us to great sympathy and love, and also to a constant care for their welfare, both here and hereafter. When she was 33, having moved to London for the winter, she began her remarkable work in Newgate prison. The condition of prisoners was pitiable in the extreme. She found 300 women, with their numerous children, huddled together, with no classification between the most and least depraved, without employment, in rags and dirt, and sleeping on the floor with no bedding, the boards simply being raised for a sort of pillow. Liquors were purchased openly at a bar in the prison, and swearing, gambling, obscenity, and pulling each other's hair were common. The walls, both in the men's and women's departments, were hung with chains and fetters. When Mrs. Fry and 2 or 3 friends first visited the prison, the superintendent advised that they lay aside their watches before entering, which they declined to do. Mrs. Fry did not fear, nor need she, with her benign presence. On her second visit she asked to be left alone with the women, and read to them the 10th chapter of Matthew, making a few observations on Christ's having come to save sinners. Some of the women asked who Christ was. Who shall forgive us for such ignorance in our very midst? The children were almost naked and ill from want of food, air, and exercise. Mrs. Fry told them that she would start a school for their children, which announcement was received with tears of joy. She asked that they select one from their own number for a governess. Mary Connor was chosen, a girl who had been put in prison for stealing a watch. So changed did the girl become under this new responsibility, that she was never known to infringe a rule of the prison. After 15 months she was released, but died soon after of consumption. When the school was opened for all under 25, the railing was crowded with half-naked women, struggling together for the front situations with the most boisterous violence, and begging with the utmost vociferation. Mrs. Fry saw at once the need of these women being occupied, but the idea that these people could be induced to work was laughed at, as visionary, by the officials. They said the work would be destroyed or stolen at once. But the good woman did not rest till an association of 12 persons was formed for the improvement of the female prisoners of Newgate, to provide for the clothing, the instruction, and the employment of the women, to introduce them to a knowledge of the Holy Scriptures, and to form in them as much as possible those habits of order, sobriety, and industry which may render them docile and peaceable whilst in prison, and respectable when they leave it. It was decided that Botany Bay could be supplied with stockings, and indeed with all the articles needed by convicts, through the work of these women. A room was at once made ready, and matrons were appointed. A portion of the earnings was to be given the women for themselves and their children. In 10 months they made 20,000 articles of wearing apparel, and knit from 60 to 100 pairs of stockings every month. The Bible was read to them twice each day. They received marks for good behaviour, and were as pleased as children with the small prizes given them. One of the girls who received a prize of clothing came to Mrs. Fry, and hoped she would excuse her for being so forward, but if she might say it, she felt exceedingly disappointed. She little thought of having clothing given to her, but she had hoped I would have given her a Bible, that she might read the Scriptures herself. No woman was ever punished under Mrs. Fry's management. They said it would be more terrible to be brought up before her than before the judge. When she told them she hoped they would not play cards, 5 packs were at once brought to her and burned. The place was now so orderly and quiet that Newgate had become almost a show. The statesman and the noble, the city functionary and the foreign traveller, the high-bred gentlewoman, the clergyman and the dissenting minister, flocked to witness the extraordinary change, and to listen to Mrs. Fry's beautiful Bible readings. Letters poured in from all parts of the country, asking her to come to their prisons for a similar work, or to teach others how to work. A committee of the House of Commons summoned her before them to learn her suggestions, and to hear of her methods, and later the House of Lords. Of course the name of Elizabeth Fry became known everywhere. Queen Victoria gave her audience, and when she appeared in public everybody was eager to look at her. The newspapers spoke of her in the highest praise. Yet with a beautiful spirit she writes in her journal, "I am ready to say in the fullness of my heart, surely it is the Lord's doing and marvellous in our eyes. So many are the providential openings of various kinds. Oh, if good should result, may the praise and glory of the whole be entirely given where it is due by us, and by all, in deep humiliation and prostration of spirit." Mrs. Fry's heart was constantly burdened with the scenes she witnessed. The penal laws were a caricature on justice. Men and women were hanged for theft, forgery, passing counterfeit money, and for almost every kind of fraud. One young woman, with a babe in her arms, was hanged for stealing a piece of cloth worth $1.25. Another was hanged for taking food to keep herself and little child from starving. It was no uncommon thing to see women hanging from the gibbet at Newgate, because they had passed a forged £1 note, equivalent to $5. George Cruikshank in 1818 was so moved at one of these executions that he made a picture which represented 8 men and 3 women hanging from the gallows, and a rope coiled around the faces of 12 others. Across the picture were the words, "I promise to perform during the issue of bank notes easily imitated, for the Governors and Company of the Bank of England." He called the picture a bank note not to be imitated. It at once created a great sensation. Crowds blocked the street in front of the shop where it was hung. The pictures were in such demand that Cruikshank sat up all night to etch another plate. The Gurneys, Wilberforce, Sir Samuel Romilly, Sir James Mackintosh, all worked vigorously against capital punishment, save possibly for murder. Among those who were to be executed was Harriet Skelton, who, for the man she loved, had passed forged notes. She was singularly open in face and manner, confiding and well behaved. When she was condemned to death it was a surprise and horror to all who knew her. Mrs. Fry was deeply interested. Noblemen went to see her in her damp, dark cell, which was guarded by a heavy iron door. The Duke of Gloucester went with Mrs. Fry to the Directors of the Bank of England and to Lord Sidmouth to plead for her, but their hearts were not to be moved, and the poor young girl was hanged. The public was enthusiastic in its applause for Mrs. Fry, and unsparing in its denunciation of Sidmouth. At last the obnoxious laws were changed. Mrs. Fry was heartily opposed to capital punishment. She said, "It hardens the hearts of men, and makes the loss of life appear light to them. It does not lead to reformation, and does not deter others from crime, because the crimes subject to capital punishment are gradually increasing. When the world is more civilized than it is today, when we have closed the open saloon, that is the direct cause of nearly all the murders, then we shall probably do away with hanging, or, if men and women must be killed for the safety of society, a thing not easily proven, it will be done in the most humane manner, by chloroform." Mrs. Fry was likewise strongly opposed to solitary confinement, which usually makes the subject a mental wreck, and, as regards moral action, an imbecile. How wonderfully in advance of her age was this gifted woman! Mrs. Fry's thoughts now turned to another evil. When the women prisoners were transported to New South Wales, they were carried to the ships in open carts, the crowd jeering. She prevailed upon Government to have them carried in coaches, and promised that she would go with them. When on board the ship, she knelt on the deck and prayed with them as they were going into banishment, and then bade them a tender good-bye. Truly woman can be an angel of light. Says Captain Martin, "Who could resist this beautiful, persuasive, and heavenly-minded woman? To see her was to love her; to hear her was to feel as if a guardian angel had bid you follow that teaching which could alone subdue the temptations and evils of this life, and secure a Redeemer's love in eternity." At this time Mrs. Fry and her brother Joseph visited Scotland and the north of England to ascertain the condition of the prisons. They found much that was inhuman. Insane persons in prison 18 months in dungeons; debtors confined night and day in dark, filthy cells, and never leaving them; men chained to the walls of their cells, or to rings in the floor, or with their limbs stretched apart till they fainted in agony; women with chains on hands and feet and body, while they slept on bundles of straw. On their return a book was published, which did much to arouse England. Mrs. Fry was not yet 40, but her work was known around the world. The authorities of Russia, at the desire of the Empress, wrote Mrs. Fry as to the best plans for the St. Petersburg lunatic asylum and treatment of the inmates, and her suggestions were carried out to the letter. Letters came from Amsterdam, Denmark, Paris, and elsewhere asking counsel. The correspondence became so great that 2 of her daughters were obliged to attend to it. Again she travelled all over England, forming ladies' prison associations, which should not only look after the inmates of prisons, but aid them to obtain work when they were discharged, or so provide for them that stealing should not seem a necessity. About this time, 1828, one of the houses in which her husband was a partner failed, which involved Elizabeth Fry and her family in a train of sorrows and perplexities which tinged the remaining years of her life. They sold the house at Plashet, and moved again to Mildred Court, now the home of one of their sons. Her wealthy brothers and her children soon re-established the parents in comfort. She now became deeply interested in the 500 coastguard stations in the United Kingdom, where the men and their families led a lonely life. Partly by private contributions, and partly through the aid of government, she obtained enough money to buy more than 25,000 volumes for libraries at these stations. The letters of gratitude were a sufficient reward for the hard work. She also obtained small libraries for all the packets that sailed from Falmouth. In 1837, with some friends, she visited Paris, making a detailed examination of its prisons. Guizot entertained her, the Duchesse de Broglie, Madame de Pressensé, and others paid her much attention. The king and queen sent for her, and had an earnest talk. At Nimes, where there were 1,200 prisoners, she visited the cells, and when 5 armed soldiers wished to protect her and her friends, she requested that they be allowed to go without guard. In one dungeon she found 2 men chained hand and foot. She told them she would plead for their liberation if they would promise good behaviour. They promised and kept it, praying every night for their benefactor thereafter. When she held a meeting in the prison, hundreds shed tears, and the good effects of her work were visible long after. The next journey was made to Germany. At Brussels the king held out both hands to receive her. In Denmark the king and queen invited her to dine, and she sat between them. At Berlin the royal family treated her like a sister, and all stood about her while she knelt and prayed for them. The new penitentiaries were built after her suggestions, so perfect was thought to be her system. The royal family never forgot her. When the King of Prussia visited England to stand sponsor for the infant Prince of Wales in 1842, he dined with her at her home. She presented to him her 8 daughters and daughters-in-law, her 7 sons and eldest grandson, and then their 25 children. Finally, the great meetings and the earnest plans with their wonderful execution were coming to an end for Elizabeth Fry. There had been many breaks in the home circle. Her beloved son William and his 2 children had just died. Some years before she had buried a very precious child, Elizabeth, at the age of 5, who shortly before her death said, "Mamma, I love everybody better than myself, and I love thee better than everybody, and I love Almighty much better than thee, and I hope thee loves Almighty much better than me." This was a severe stroke, Mrs. Fry saying, "My much loved husband and I have drank this cup together, in close sympathy and unity of feeling. It has at times been very bitter to us both, but we have been in measure each other's joy and helpers in the Lord." During her last sickness she said, "I believe this is not death, but it is as passing through the valley of the shadow of death, and perhaps with more suffering from more sensitiveness. But the rock is here, the distress is awful, but he has been with me. The last morning came, October the 13th, 1845. About 9 o'clock, one of her daughters, sitting by her bedside, read from Isaiah, I, the Lord thy God, will hold thy right hand, saying unto thee, Fear not, thou worm of Jacob, and ye men of Israel. I will help thee, saith the Lord, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. The mother said slowly, Oh, my dear Lord, help and keep thy servant, and never spoke afterward. She was buried in the Friends' burying ground at Barking, by the side of her little Elizabeth, a deep silence prevailing among the multitudes gathered there, broken only by the solemn prayer of her brother, Joseph John Gurney. Thus closed one of the most beautiful lives among women. To the last she was doing good deeds. When she was wheeled along the beach in her chair, she gave books and counsel to the passers-by. When she stayed at hotels, she usually arranged a meeting for the servants. She was sent for, from far and near, to pray with the sick and comfort the dying, who often begged to kiss her hand. No home was too desolate for her lovely and cheerful presence. No wonder Alexander of Russia called her one of the wonders of the age. Her only surviving son gives this interesting testimony of her home life. I never recollect seeing her out of temper or hearing her speak a harsh word, yet still her word was law, but always the law of love. Naturally timid, always in frail health, sometimes misunderstood, even with the highest motives, she lived a heroic life in the best sense, and died the death of a Christian. What grander sphere for woman than such philanthropy as this? And the needs of humanity were as great as ever, waiting for the ministration of such noble souls. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 15. Elizabeth Thompson Butler. While woman has not achieved such brilliant success in art, perhaps, as in literature, many names stand high on the lists. Early history has its noted women. Propercia di Rossi, of Bologna, whose romantic history Mrs. Hemans has immortalized. Elisabetta Sirani, painter, sculptor, and engraver on copper, herself called a miracle of art. The honored of popes and princes, dying at 26. Marietta Tintoretta, who was invited to be the artist at the courts of emperors and kings, dying at 30, leaving her father inconsolable. Sofonisba Lomellini, invited by Philip II of Spain to Madrid, to paint his portrait, and that of the Queen, concerning whom, though blind, Van Dyck said he had received more instruction from a blind woman than from all his study of the old masters, and many more. The first woman artist in England was Susanna Hornbolt, daughter of the principal painter who immediately preceded Hans Holbein, Gerard Hornbolt, a native of Ghent. Albrecht Dürer said of her, in 1521, "She has made a colored drawing of our Saviour, for which I gave her a florin (40 cents). It is wonderful that a female should be able to do such work." Her brother Luke received a larger salary from King Henry VIII. Than he ever gave to Holbein, $13.87 per month. Susanna married an English sculptor named Worsley, and lived many years in great honor and esteem with all the court. Arts flourished under Charles I. To Van Dyck and Anne Carlyle he gave ultramarine to the value of $2,500. Artemisia Gentileschi from Rome realized a splendid income from her work, and although 45 years old when she came to England, she was greatly admired, and history says made many conquests. This may be possible, as George IV. said a woman never reaches her highest powers of fascination till she is 40. Guido was her instructor, and one of her warmest eulogizers. She was an intimate friend of Domenichino and of Guercino, who gave all his wealth to philanthropies, and when in England was the warm friend of Van Dyck.
Some of her works are in the Pitti Palace at Florence and some at Madrid, in Spain. Of Maria Verelst, the historical painter, the following story is told. At the theatre she sat next to 6 German gentlemen of high rank, who were so impressed with her beauty and manner that they expressed great admiration for her among each other. The young lady spoke to them in German, saying that such extravagant praise in the presence of a lady was no real compliment. One of the party immediately repeated what he had said in Latin. She replied in the same tongue that it was unjust to endeavor to deprive the fair sex of the knowledge of that tongue, which was the vehicle of true learning. The gentlemen begged to call upon her. Each sat for his portrait, and she was thus brought into great prominence. The artist around whose beauty and talent romance adds a special charm was Angelica Kauffmann, the only child of Joseph Kauffmann, born near Lake Constance about 1741. At 9 years of age she made wonderful pastel pictures. Removing to Lombardy, it is asserted that her father dressed her in boys' clothing and smuggled her into the academy, that she might be improved in drawing. At 11 she went to Como, where the charming scenery had a great impression upon the young girl. No one who wishes to grow in taste and art can afford to live away from nature's best work. The Bishop of Como became interested in her, and asked her to paint his portrait. This was well done in crayon, and soon the wealthy patronized her. Years after she wrote, "Como is ever in my thoughts. It was at Como in my most happy youth that I tasted the first real enjoyment of life." When she went to Milan to study the great masters, the Duke of Modena was attracted by her beauty and devotion to her work. He introduced her to the Duchess of Massa Carrara, whose portrait she painted, as also that of the Austrian governor, and soon those of many of the nobility. When all seemed at its brightest, her mother, one of the best of women, died. Her father, broken hearted, accepted the offer to decorate the church of his native town, and Angelica joined him in the frescoing. After much hard work they returned to Milan. The constant work had worn on the delicate girl. She gave herself no time for rest. When not painting, she was making chalk and crayon drawings, mastering the harpsichord, or lost in the pages of French, German, or Italian. For a time she thought of becoming a singer, but finally gave herself wholly to art. After this she went to Florence, where she worked from sunrise to sunset, and in the evening at her crayons. In Rome, with her youth, beauty, fascinating manners, and varied reading, she gained a wide circle of friends. Her face was a Greek oval, her complexion fresh and clear, her eyes deep blue, her mouth pretty and always smiling. She was accused of being a coquette, and quite likely was such. For 3 months she painted in the Royal Gallery at Naples, and then returned to Rome, to study the works of Raphael and Michael Angelo. From thence she went to Bologna and beautiful Venice. Here she met Lady Wentworth, who took her to London, where she was introduced at once to the highest circles. Sir Joshua Reynolds had the greatest admiration for her, and indeed was said to have offered her his hand and heart. The whole world of art and letters united in her praise. Often she found laudatory verses pinned on her canvas. The great people of the land crowded her studio for sittings. She lived in Golden Square, now a rather dilapidated place back of Regent Street. She was called the most fascinating woman in England. Sir Joshua painted her as "design listening to poetry," and she in turn painted him. She was the pet of Buckingham House and Windsor Castle. In the midst of all this unlimited attention, a man calling himself the Swedish Count, Frederick de Horn, with fine manners and handsome person, offered himself to Angelica. He represented that he was calumniated by his enemies, and that the Swedish government was about to demand his person. He assured her, if she were his wife, she could intercede with the Queen and save him. She blindly consented to the marriage, privately. At last she confessed it to her father, who took steps at once to see if the man were true, and found that he was the vilest impostor. He had a young wife already in Germany, and would have been condemned to a felon's death if Angelica had been willing. She said, "He has betrayed me, but God will judge him." She received several offers of marriage after this, but would accept no one. Years after, when her father, to whom she was deeply devoted, was about to die, he prevailed upon her to marry a friend of his, Antonio Zucchi, 13 years her senior, with whom she went to Rome, and there died. He was a man of ability, and perhaps made her life happy. At her burial 100 priests accompanied the coffin, the pall being held by 4 young girls dressed in white, the 4 tassels held by 4 members of the Academy. 2 of her pictures were carried in triumph immediately after her coffin. Then followed a grand procession of illustrious persons, each bearing a lighted taper. Goethe was one of her chosen friends. He said of her, "She has a most remarkable and, for a woman, really an unheard of talent. No living painter excels her in dignity, or in the delicate taste with which she handles the pencil." Miss Ellen C. Clayton, in her interesting volumes, English Female Artists, says, "No lady artist from the days of Angelica Kauffman ever created such a vivid interest as Elizabeth Thompson Butler. None had ever stepped into the front rank in so short a time, or had in England ever attained high celebrity at so early an age." She was born in the Villa Clermont, Lausanne, Switzerland, a country beautiful enough to inspire artistic sentiments in all its inhabitants. Her father, Thomas James Thompson, a man of great culture and refinement, educated at Trinity College, Cambridge, was a warm friend of Charles Dickens, Lord Lytton, and their literary associates. Somewhat frail in health, he travelled much of the time, collecting pictures, of which he was extremely fond, and studying with the eye of an artist the beauties of each country, whether America, Italy, or France. His first wife died early, leaving 1 son and daughter. The second wife was an enthusiastic, artistic girl, especially musical, a friend of Dickens, and every way fitted to be the intelligent companion of her husband. After the birth of Elizabeth, the family resided in various parts of southern Europe. Now they lived, says Mrs. Alice Meynell, her only sister, in the January 1883 St. Nicholas, within sight of the snow-capped peaks of the Apennines in an old palace, the Villa de Franchi, immediately overlooking the Mediterranean, with olive-clad hills at the back; on the left the great promontory of Portofino, on the right the Bay of Genoa, some 12 miles away, and the long line of the Apennines sloping down into the sea. The palace garden descended, terrace by terrace, to the rocks, being indeed less a garden than what is called a villa in the Liguria, and a podere in Tuscany, a fascinating mixture of vine, olive, maize, flowers, and corn. A fountain in marble, lined with maidenhair, played at the junction of each flight of steps. A great billiard room on the first floor, hung with Chinese designs, was Elizabeth Thompson's first schoolroom, and there Charles Dickens, upon one of his Italian visits, burst in upon a lesson in multiplication. The 2 children never went to school, and had no other teacher than their father, except their mother for music, and the usual professors for accomplishments in later years; and whether living happily in their beautiful Genoese home, or farther north among the picturesque Italian lakes, or in Switzerland, or among the Kentish hop gardens and the parks of Surrey, Elizabeth's one central occupation of drawing was never abandoned, literally not for a day. She was a close observer of nature, and especially fond of animals. When not out of doors sketching landscapes, she would sit in the house and draw, while her father read to her, as he believed the 2 things could be carried on beneficially. She loved to draw horses running, soldiers, and everything which showed animation and energy. Her educated parents had the good sense not to curb her in these, perhaps unusual tastes for a girl. They saw the sure hand and broad thought of their child, and no doubt had expectations of her future fame. At 15, as the family had removed to England, Elizabeth joined the South Kensington School of Design, and later took lessons in oil painting, for a year, of Mr. Standish. Thus from the years of 5 to 16 she had studied drawing carefully, so that now she was ready to touch oil painting for the first time. How few young ladies would have been willing to study drawing for 11 years before trying to paint in oil. The Thompson family now moved to Ventnor, in the Isle of Wight, staying for 3 years at Bonchurch, one of the loveliest places in the world. Ivy grows over walls and houses, roses and clematis bloom luxuriantly, and the balmy air and beautiful sea make the place as restful as it is beautiful. Here Elizabeth received lessons in watercolor and landscape from Mr. Gray. After another visit abroad, the family returned to London, and the artist's daughter attended the National Art School at South Kensington, studying in the life class. The head master, Mr. Richard Burchett, saw her talent and helped her in all ways possible. Naturally anxious to test the world's opinion of her work, she sent some watercolors to the Society of British Artists for exhibition, and they were rejected. There is very little encouragement for beginners in any profession. However, Bavarian artillery going into action was exhibited at the Dudley Gallery, and received favorable notice from Mr. Tom Taylor, art critic of the Times. Between two long courses at South Kensington, Elizabeth spent a summer in Florence and a winter at Rome, studying in both places. At Florence she entered the studio of Signor Giuseppe Bellucci, an eminent historical painter and consummate draughtsman, a fellow student of Sir Frederick Leighton at the Academy. Here the girlish student was intensely interested in her work. She rose early, before the other members of the family, taking her breakfast alone, that she might hasten to her beloved labor. On the day when she did not work with him, says Mrs. Meynell, she copied passages from the frescoes in the cloisters of the Annunziata, masterpieces of Andrea del Sarto and Franciabigio, making a special study of the drapery of the last named painter. The sacristans of the old church, the most popular church in Florence, knew and welcomed the young English girl, who sat for hours so intently at her work in the cloister, unheeding the coming and going of the long procession of congregations passing through the gates. Her studies in the galleries were also full of delight and profit, though she made no other copies, and she was wont to say that of all the influences of the Florentine school which stood her in good stead in her after work, that of Andrea del Sarto was the most valuable and the most important. The intense heat of the midsummer, which day after day showed 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade, could not make her relax work, and her master, Florentine as he was obliged to beg her to spare him, at least for a week, if she would not spare herself. It was toward the end of October that artist and pupil parted, his confidence in her future being as unbounded as her gratitude for his admirable skill and minute carefulness. During her 7 months in Rome she painted, in 1870, for an ecclesiastical art exhibition opened by Pope Pius IX. In the cloisters of the Carthusian monastery, the Visitation of the Blessed Virgin to St. Elizabeth, and the picture gained honorable mention. On her return to England the painting was offered to the Royal Academy and rejected, and what was worse still, a large hole had been torn in the canvas in the sky of the picture. Had she not been very persevering and believed in her heart that she had talent, perhaps she would not have dared to try again, but she had worked steadily for too many years to fail now. Those only win who can bear refusal 1,000 times if need be. The next year, being at the Isle of Wight, she sent another picture to the Academy, and it was rejected. Merit does not always win the first, nor the second, nor the third time. It must have been a little consolation to Elizabeth Thompson to know that each year the judges were reminded that a person by that name lived, and was painting pictures. The next year a subject from the Franco-Prussian War was taken, as that was fresh in the minds of the people. The title was "Missing." 2 French officers, old and young, both wounded, and with one wounded horse between them, have lost their way after a disastrous defeat. Their names will appear in the sad roll as missing, and the manner of their death will never be known. The picture was received, but was "skied," that is, placed so high that nobody could well see it. During this year she received a commission from a wealthy art patron to paint a picture. What should it be? A battle scene? Because into that she could pent her heart. A studio was taken in London, and the roll call, calling the roll after an engagement, Crimea, was begun. She put life into the faces and the attitudes of the men, as she worked with eager heart and careful labor. In the spring of 1874 was sent to the Royal Academy, with, we may suppose, not very enthusiastic hopes. The stirring battle piece pleased the committee, and they cheered when it was received. Then it began to be talked at the clubs that a woman had painted a battle scene. Some had even heard it was a great picture. When the Academy banquet was held, prior to the opening, the speeches of the Prince of Wales and the Duke of Cambridge both gave high praise to the roll call. Such an honor was unusual. Everybody was eager to see the painting. It was the talk at the clubs, on the railway trains, and on the crowded thoroughfares. All day long crowds gathered before it, a policeman keeping guard over the painting, that it be not injured by its eager admirers. The Queen sent for it, and it was carried for a few hours to Buckingham Palace for her to gaze upon. So much was she pleased that she desired to purchase it, and the person who had ordered it gave way to her Majesty. The copyright was bought for 15 times the original sum agreed upon as its value, and a steel plate engraving made from it at a cost of nearly $10,000. After 3,500 impressions the plate was destroyed that there might be no inferior engravings of the picture. The roll call was for some time retained by the Fine Arts Society, where it was seen by 250,000 persons. Besides this, it was shown in all the large towns of England. It is now at Windsor Castle. Elizabeth Thompson had become famous in a day, but she was not elated over it, for, young as she was, she did not forget that she had been working diligently for 20 years. The newspapers teemed with descriptions of her, and incidents of her life, many of which were, of course, purely imaginative. Whenever she appeared in society, people crowded to look at her. Many a head would have been turned by all this praise, but not so the well-bred student. She at once set to work on a more difficult subject, the 28th Regiment at Quatre Bras. When this appeared in 1875, it drew an enormous crowd. The true critics praised heartily, but there were some persons who thought a woman could not possibly know about the smoke of a battle, or how men would act under fire. That she studied every detail of her work is shown by Mr. W. H. Davenport Adams in his Woman's Work and Worth. The choice of subject, he says, though some people called it a very shocking one for a young lady, engaged the sympathy of military men, and she was generously aided in obtaining material and all kinds of data for the work. Infantry officers sent her photographs of squares, but these would not do. The men were not in earnest. They would kneel in such positions as they found easiest for themselves. Indeed, but for the help of a worthy sergeant major, who saw that each individual assumed and maintained the attitude proper for the situation at whatever inconvenience, the artist could not possibly have impressed upon her picture that verisimilitude which it now presents. Through the kindness of the authorities, an amount of gunpowder was expended at Chatham, to make her see, as she said, how the men's faces looked through the smoke. That would have justified the criticisms of a rigid parliamentary economist. Not satisfied with seeing how men looked in square, she desired to secure some faint idea of how they felt in square while receiving cavalry, and accordingly she repaired frequently to the Knightsbridge barracks, where she would kneel to receive the riding master and a mounted sergeant of the Blues, while they thundered down upon her full length of the riding school, deftly pulling up, of course, to avoid accident. The fallen horse presented with such truth and vigor in Quatre Bras was drawn from a Russian horse belonging to Hengler's Circus, the only one in England that could be trusted to remain for a sufficient time in the required position. A sore trial of patience was this to artist, to model, and to Mr. Hengler, who held him down, and to the artist's father, who was present as spectator. Finally, the Rye, the particularly tall Rye, in which, as Colonel Siborne says, the auction was fought, was conscientiously sought for, and found, after much trouble, at Henley-on-Thames. I saw this beautiful and stirring picture, as well as several others of Mrs. Butler's, while in England. Mr. Ruskin says of Quatre Bras, "I never approached a picture with more iniquitous prejudice against it than I did Miss Thompson's, partly because I have always said that no woman could paint, and secondly because I thought that the public made such a fuss about 'must be good for nothing.' But it is Amazon's work, this no doubt of it, and the first fine pre-Raphaelite picture of battle we have had, profoundly interesting and showing all manner of illustrative and realistic faculty. The sky is most tenderly painted, and with the truest outline of cloud of all in the exhibition, and the terrific piece of gallant wrath and ruin on the extreme left, where the cuirassier is catching round the neck of his horse as he falls. and the convulsed fallen horse, seen through the smoke below, is wrought through all the truth of its frantic passions with gradations of color and shade which I have not seen the like of since Turner's death. This year, 1875, a figure from the picture, "The 10th Bengal Lancers at Tent Pegging," was published as a supplement to the Christmas number of London Graphic, with the title "Missed," in 1876. The Return from Balaclava was painted, and in 1877 The Return from Inkerman, for which latter work the Fine Arts Society paid her $15,000. This year, 1877, on June 11th, Miss Thompson was married to Major, now Colonel, William Francis Butler, K.C.B., when he was then 39 years of age, born in Ireland, educated in Dublin, and had received many honors. He served on the Red River expedition, was sent on a special mission to the Saskatchewan territories in 1870 71, and served on the Ashanti expedition in 1873. He has been honorably mentioned several times in the House of Lords by the Field Marshal Commanding in Chief. He wrote The Great Lone Land in 1872, The Wild North Land in 1873, and Akimfu in 1875. After the marriage they spent much time in Ireland, where Mrs. Butler painted "Listed for the Cornwall Rangers" in 1879. Her later works are "The Remnant of an Army," showing the arrival at Jellalabad in 1842 of Dr. Brydon, the sole survivor of the 16,000 men under General Elphinstone, in the unfortunate Afghan campaign; "The Scots Grey Advancing," "The Defence of Rorke's Drift," an incident of the Zulu War, painted at the desire of the Queen, and some others. Still a young and very attractive woman, she has before her a bright future. She will have exceptional opportunities for battle studies in her husband's army life. She will probably spend much time in Africa, India, and other places where the English army will be stationed. Her husband now holds a prominent position in Africa. In her studio, says the sister, the walls are hung with old uniforms, the tall shako, the little coatee, and the stiff stock, which the visitor's imagination may stuff out with the form of the British soldier as he fought in the days of Waterloo. These are objects of use, not ornament. So are the relics from the fields of France in 1871, and the assegai and spears and little sharp wooded maces from Zululand. Mrs. Butler has perseverance, faithfulness in her work, and courage. She has won remarkable fame, but has proved herself deserving by her constant labor and attention to details. Mrs. Butler's mother has also exhibited some fine paintings. The artist herself has illustrated a volume of poems, the work of her sister, Mrs. Meynell. A cultivated and artistic family have, of course, been an invaluable aid in Mrs. Butler's development. End of Section 15. Recording by Jadapi. www.myaudiolibrary.blogspot.com.
Section 16 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 16. Florence Nightingale. One of the most interesting places in the whole of London is St. Thomas's Hospital, an immense 4-story structure of brick with stone trimmings. Here is the Nightingale Training School for Nurses, established through the gift to Miss Nightingale of $250,000 by the government for her wonderful work in the Crimean War. She would not take a cent for herself, but was glad to have this institution opened, that girls through her training might become valuable to the world as nurses, as she has been. Here is the Nightingale House. The dining room, with its 3 long tables, is an inviting apartment. The colors of wall and ceiling are in red and light shades. Here is a Swiss clock presented by the Grand Duchess of Baden. Here is a harpsichord, also a gift. Here is the marble face and figure I have come especially to see, that of lovely Florence Nightingale. It is a face full of sweetness and refinement, having withal an earnest look, as though life were well worth living. What better work than to direct these girls how to be useful? Some are here from the highest social circles. The probationers, or nurse pupils, must remain 3 years before they can become Protestant sisters. Each ward is in charge of a sister. Now it is Leopold, because the ward bears that name, and now Victoria, in respect to the Queen, who opened the institution. The sisters look sunny and healthy, though they work hard. They have regular hours for being off duty, and exercise in the open air. The patients tell me how homelike it seems to have women in the wards, and what a comfort it is in their agony to be handled by their careful hands. Here are 400 persons in all phases of suffering, in neat, cheerful wards, brightened by pots of flowers and the faces of kind, devoted women. And who is this woman to whom the government of Great Britain felt that it owed so much, and whom the whole world delights to honor? Florence Nightingale, born in 1820 in the beautiful Italian city of that name, is the younger of 2 daughters of William Shore Nightingale, a wealthy landowner, who inherited both the name and fortune of his grand uncle, Peter Nightingale. The mother was the daughter of the eminent philanthropist and member of Parliament, William Smith. Most of Miss Nightingale's life has been spent on their beautiful estate, Lea Hurst, in Derbyshire, a lovely home in the midst of picturesque scenery. In her youth her father instructed her carefully in the classics and higher mathematics. A few years later, partly through extensive travel, she became proficient in French, German, and Italian. Rich, pretty, and well educated, what was there more that she could wish for? Her heart, however, did not turn towards a fashionable life. Very early she began to visit the poor and the sick near Lea Hurst, and her father's other estate at Embry Park, Hampshire. Perhaps the mantle of the mother's father had fallen upon the young girl. She had also the greatest tenderness toward dumb animals, and could never bear to see them injured. Miss Aldridge, in an interesting sketch of Miss Nightingale, quotes the following story from Little Folks. Some years ago, when the celebrated Florence Nightingale was a little girl, living at her father's home, a large old Elizabethan house, with great woods about it, in Hampshire, there was one thing that struck everybody who knew her. It was that she seemed to be always thinking what she could do to please or help anyone who needed either help or comfort. She was very fond, too, of animals, and she was so gentle in her way that even the shyest of them would come quite close to her, and pick up whatever she flung down for them to eat. There was, in the garden behind the house, a long walk with trees on each side, the abode of many squirrels, and when Florence came down the walk, dropping nuts as she went along, the squirrels would run down the trunks of their trees, and, hardly waiting until she passed by, would pick up the prize and dart away, with their little bushy tails curled over their backs, and their black eyes looking about as if terrified at the least noise, though they did not seem to be afraid of Florence. Then there was an old gray pony named Peggy, past work, living in a paddock, with nothing to do all day long but to amuse herself. Whenever Florence appeared at the gate, Peggy would come trotting up and put her nose into the dress pocket of her little mistress, and pick it of the apple or the roll of bread that she knew she would always find there, for this was a trick Florence had taught the pony. Florence was fond of riding, and her father's old friend, the clergyman of the parish, used often to come and take her for a ride with him when he went to the farm cottages at a distance. He was a good man, and very kind to the poor. As he had studied medicine when a young man, he was able to tell people what would do them good when they were ill, or had met with an accident. Little Florence took great delight in helping to nurse those who were ill, and whenever she went on these long rides, she had a small basket fastened to her saddle, filled with something nice, which she saved from her breakfast or dinner, or carried for her mother, who was very good to the poor. There lived in one of 2 or 3 solitary cottages in the wood an old shepherd of her father's, named Roger, who had a favourite sheep-dog named Cap. Roger had neither wife nor child, and Cap lived with him and kept him company at night after he had penned his flock. Cap was a very sensible dog. Indeed, people used to say he could do everything but speak. He kept the sheep in wonderfully good order, and thus saved his master a great deal of trouble. One day, as Florence and her old friend were out for a ride, they came to a field where they found the shepherd giving his sheep their night feed. But he was without the dog, and the sheep knew it, for they were scampering in every direction. Florence and her friend noticed that the old shepherd looked very sad, and they stopped to ask what was the matter, and what had become of his dog. "Oh," said Roger, "Cap will never be of any more use to me. I'll have to hang him, poor fellow, as soon as I go home tonight." "Hang him?" said Florence. "Oh, Roger, how wicked of you! What has dear old Cap done?" "He has done nothing," replied Roger, "but he will never be of any more use to me, and I cannot afford to keep him for nothing. One of the mischievous schoolboys throwed a stone at him yesterday and broke one of his legs." And the old shepherd's eyes filled with tears, which he wiped away with his shirt sleeve. Then he drove his spade deep into the ground to hide what he felt, for he did not like to be seen crying. "Poor Cap," he sighed. "He was as knowing almost as a human being." "But are you sure his leg is broken?" asked Florence. "Oh yes, miss. It is broken safe enough. He has not put his foot to the ground since." Florence and her friend rode on without saying anything more to Roger. "We will go and see poor Cap," said the vicar. "I don't believe the leg is really broken. It would take a big stone and a hard blow to break the leg of a big dog like Cap." "Oh, if you could but cure him, how glad Roger would be!" replied Florence. They soon reached the shepherd's cottage, but the door was fastened, and when they moved the latch, such a furious barking was heard that they drew back, startled. However, a little boy came out of the next cottage, and asked if they wanted to go in, as Roger had left the key with his mother. So the key was got, and the door opened. And there on the brick floor lay the dog, his hair dishevelled, and his eyes sparkling with anger at the intruders. But when he saw the little boy he grew peaceful, and when he looked at Florence, and he heard her call him "poor Cap," he began to wag his short tail, and then crept from under the table and lay down at her feet. She took hold of one of his paws and patted his old rough head, and talked to him, whilst her friend examined the injured leg. It was painfully swollen, and hurt very much to have it examined, but the dog knew it was meant kindly, and though he moaned and winced with pain, he licked the hands that were hurting him. "It's only a bad bruise. No bones were broken," said her old friend. "Rest is all Cap needs. He will soon be well again." "I am so glad," said Florence. "But can we do nothing for him? He seems in such pain." "There is one thing that would ease the pain and heal the leg all the sooner, and that is plenty of hot water to foment the part." Florence struck a light with the tinder box and lighted the fire, which was already laid. She then set off to the other cottage to get something to bathe the leg with. She found an old petticoat hanging up to dry, and this she carried off, tore up into strips, which she wrung out in warm water, and laid them tenderly on Cap's swollen leg. It was not long before the poor dog felt the benefit of the application, and he looked grateful, wagging his little stump of a tail in thanks. On their way home they met the shepherd coming slowly along, with a piece of rope in his hand. "Oh, Roger," cried Florence, "you are not to hang poor old Cap. His leg is not broken at all." "No, he will serve you yet," said the vicar. "Well, I be main glad to hear it," said the shepherd, "and many thanks to you for going to see him." On the next morning Florence was up early, and the first thing she did was to take 2 flannel petticoats to give to the poor woman whose skirt she had torn up to bathe Cap. Then she went to the dog, and was delighted to find the swelling of his leg much less. She bathed it again, and Cap was as grateful as before. 2 or 3 days afterwards Florence and her friend were riding together, when they came up to Roger and his sheep. This time Cap was watching the sheep, though he was lying quite still, and pretending to be asleep. When he heard the voice of Florence speaking to his master, who was portioning out the usual food, his tail wagged and his eyes sparkled, but he did not get up, for he was on duty. The shepherd stopped his work, and as he glanced at the dog with a merry laugh, said, "Do look at the dog, miss. He be so pleased to hear your voice." Cap's tail went faster and faster. "I be glad," continued the old man, "I did not hang him. I be greatly obliged to you, miss, and the vicar, for what you did. But for you I would have hanged the best dog I ever had in my life." A girl who was made so happy in saving the life of an animal would naturally be interested to save human beings. Occasionally her family passed a season in London, and here, instead of giving much time to concerts or parties, she would visit hospitals and benevolent institutions. When the family travelled in Egypt, she attended several sick Arabs, who recovered under her hands. They doubtless thought the English girl was a saint sent down from heaven. The more she felt drawn toward the sick, the more she felt the need of study, and the more she saw the work that refined women could do in the hospitals. The Sisters of Charity were standing by sick beds. Why could there not be Protestant sisters? When they traveled in Germany, France, and Italy, she visited infirmaries, asylums, and hospitals, carefully noting the treatment given in each. Finally she determined to spend some months at Kaiserwerth, near Dusseldorf on the Rhine, in Pastor Fliedner's great Lutheran hospital. He had been a poor clergyman, the leader of a scanty flock, whose church was badly in debt. A man of much enterprise and warm heart, he could not see his work fail for lack of means, so he set out among the provinces to tell the needs of his little parish. He collected funds and learned much about the poverty and ignorance of cities, preached in some of the prisons, because interested in criminals, and went back to his loyal people. But so poor were they that they could not meet the yearly expenses, so he determined to raise an endowment fund. He visited Holland and Great Britain, and secured the needed money. In England, in 1832, he became acquainted with Elizabeth Fry. How one good life influences another to the end of time! When he went back to Germany, his heart was aglow with a desire to help humanity. He at once opened an asylum for discharged prison women. He saw how almost impossible it was for those who had been in prison to obtain situations. Then he opened a school for the children of such as worked in factories, for he realized how unfit for citizenship are those who grow up in ignorance. He did not have much money, but he seemed able to obtain what he really needed. Then he opened a hospital, a home for insane women, a home of rest for his nurses, or for those who needed a place to live after their work was done. Soon the deaconesses at Kaiserwerth became known the country over. Among the wildest Norwegian mountains, we met some of these Kaiserwerth nurses, refined, educated ladies, getting in summer a new lease of life for their noble labors. This Protestant sisterhood consists now of about 700 sisters, at about 200 stations, the annual expense being about $150,000. What a grand work for one man, with no money, the pastor of a very humble church! Into this work of Pastor Fliedner, Florence Nightingale heartily entered. Was it strange taste for a pretty and wealthy young woman, whose life had been one of sunshine and happiness? It was a saint-like taste, and the world is rendered a little like paradise by the presence of such women. Back in London, the papers were full of the great exhibition of 1851, but she was more interested in her Kaiserwerth work than to be at home. When she had finished her course of instruction, Pastor Fliedner said, since he had been director of that institution, no one had ever passed so distinguished an examination, or shown herself so thoroughly mistress of all she had learned. On her return to Lea Hurst, she could not rest very long, while there was so much work to be done in the world. In London, a hospital for sick governesses was about to fail, from lack of means and poor management. Nobody seemed very deeply interested for these overworked teachers. But Miss Nightingale was interested, and leaving her lovely home, she came to the dreary house in Harley Street, where she gave her time and her fortune for several years. Her own frail health sank for a time from the close confinement, but she had seen the institution placed on a sure foundation, and prosperous. The Crimean War had begun. England had sent out shiploads of men to the Black Sea to engage in war with Russia. Little thought seemed to have been taken, in the hurry and enthusiasm of war, to provide proper clothing or food for the men in that changing climate. In the desolate country there was almost no means of transportation, and men and animals suffered from hunger. After the first winter cholera broke out, and in one camp 20 men died in 24 hours. Matters grew from bad to worse. William Howard Russell, the Times correspondent, wrote home to England: "It is now pouring rain. The skies are black as ink. The wind is howling over the staggering tents. The trenches are turned into dikes. In the tents the water is sometimes a foot deep. Our men have not either warm or waterproof clothing. They are out for 12 hours at a time in the trenches. They are plunged into the inevitable miseries of a winter campaign, and not a soul seems to care for their comfort or even for their lives. These are hard truths, but the people of England must hear them. They must know that the wretched beggar who wanders about the streets of London in the rain leads the life of a prince compared with the British soldiers who are fighting out here for their country. The commonest accessories of a hospital are wanting. There is not the least attention paid to the decency or cleanliness. The stench is appalling. The fetid air can barely struggle out to taint the atmosphere, save through chinks in the walls and roofs. And, for all I can observe, these men die without the least effort being made to save them. There they lie, just as they were let gently down on the ground by the poor fellows, their comrades, who brought them on their backs from the camp with the greatest tenderness, but who are not allowed to remain with them. The sick appear to be tended by the sick, and the dying by the dying." During the rigorous winter of 1854, with snow 3 feet thick, many were frozen in their tents. Out of nearly 45,000, over 18,000 were reported in the hospitals. The English nation became aroused at this state of things, and in less than 2 weeks $75,000 poured into the Times office for the suffering soldiers. A special commissioner, Mr. MacDonald, was sent to the Crimea with shirts, sheets, flannels, and necessary food. But one of the greatest of all needs was woman's hand and brain in the dreadful suffering and the confusion. The testimony of the world thus far has been that men everywhere need the help of women, and women everywhere need the help of men. Right Honorable Sidney Herbert, the Secretary of War, knew of but one woman who could bring order and comfort to those faraway hospitals, and that woman was Miss Nightingale. She had made herself ready at Kaiserwerth for a great work, and now a great work was ready for her. But she was in frail health. And was it probable that a rich and refined lady would go thousands of miles from her kindred to live in feverish wards where there were only men? A true woman dares do anything that helps the world. Mr. Herbert wrote her, October 15: "There is, as far as I know, only one person in England capable of organizing and directing such a plan, and I have been several times on the point of asking you if you would be disposed to make the attempt. That it will be difficult to form a corps of nurses, no one knows better than yourself. I have this simple question to put to you. Could you go out yourself and take charge of everything? It is, of course, understood that you will have absolute authority over all the nurses, unlimited power to draw on the government for all you judge necessary to the success of your mission, and I think I may assure you of the cooperation of the medical staff. Your personal qualities, your knowledge, and your authority in administrative affairs all fit you for this position." It was a strange coincidence that on the same day, October 15, Miss Nightingale, her heart stirred for the suffering soldiers, had written a letter to Mr. Herbert offering her services to the government. A few days later the world read, with moistened eyes, this letter from the War Office: "Miss Nightingale, accompanied by 34 nurses, will leave this evening. Miss Nightingale, who has, I believe, greater practical experience of hospital administration and treatment than any other lady in this country, has, with a self-devotion for which I have no words to express my gratitude, undertaken this noble but arduous work." The heart of the English nation followed the heroic woman. Mrs. Jameson wrote: "It is an undertaking wholly new to our English customs, much at variance with the usual education given to women in this country. If it succeeds, it will be the true, the lasting glory of Florence Nightingale and her band of devoted assistants, that they have broken down a Chinese wall of prejudices, religious, social, professional, and have established a precedent which will, indeed, multiply the good to all time. She did succeed, and the results can scarcely be overestimated. As the band of nurses passed through France, hotel keepers would take no pay for their accommodation. Poor fisherwomen at Boulogne struggled for the honor of carrying their baggage to the railway station. They sailed in the Vectis across the Mediterranean, reaching Scutari November 5th, the day of the Battle of Inkerman. They found in the great barrack hospital, which had been lent to the British by the Turkish government, and in another large hospital near by, about 4,000 men. The corridors were filled with 2 rows of mattresses, so close that persons could scarcely walk between them. There was work to be done at once. One of the nurses wrote home, "The whole of yesterday one could only forget one's own existence, for it was spent, first in sewing the men's mattresses together, and then in washing them, and assisting the surgeons, when we could, in dressing their ghastly wounds after their 5 days' confinement on board ship, during which space their wounds had not been dressed. Hundreds of men with fever, dysentery, and cholera, the wounded were the smaller portion, filled the wards in succession from the overcrowded transports." Miss Nightingale, calm and unobtrusive, went quietly among the men, always with a smile of sympathy for the suffering. The soldiers often wept, as for the first time in months, even years, a woman's hands adjusted their pillows, and a woman's voice soothed their sorrows. Miss Nightingale's pathway was not an easy one. Her coming did not meet the general approval of military or medical officials. Some thought women would be in the way. Others felt that their coming was an interference. Possibly some did not like to have persons about who would be apt to tell the truth on their return to England. But with good sense and much tact she was able to overcome the disaffection, using her almost unlimited power with discretion. As soon as the wounded were attended to, she established an invalid's kitchen, where appetizing food could be prepared, one of the essentials in convalescence. Here she overlooked the proper cooking for 800 men who could not eat ordinary food. Then she established a laundry. The beds and shirts of the men were in a filthy condition, some wearing the ragged clothing in which they were brought down from the Crimea. It was difficult to obtain either food or clothing, partly from the immense amount of red tape in official life. Miss Nightingale seemed to be everywhere. Dr. Pincoff said, "I believe that there never was a severe case of any kind that escaped her notice, and sometimes it was wonderful to see her at the bedside of a patient who had been admitted perhaps but an hour before, and of whose arrival one could hardly have supposed it possible she could already be cognizant." She aided the senior chaplain in establishing a library and schoolroom, and in getting up evening lectures for the men. She supplied books and games, wrote letters for the sick, and forwarded their little savings to their home friends. For a year and a half, till the close of the war, she did a wonderful work, reducing the death rate in the barrack hospital from 60% to a little above 1%, said the Times correspondent. Wherever there is disease in its most dangerous form, and the hand of the spoiler distressingly nigh, there is that incomparable woman sure to be seen. Her benignant presence is an influence for good comfort, even amid the struggles of expiring nature. She is a ministering angel, without any exaggeration, in these hospitals, and as her slender form glides quietly along each corridor, every poor fellow's face softens with gratitude at the sight of her. When all the medical officers have retired for the night, and silence and darkness have settled down upon these miles of prostrate sick, she may be observed, alone, with a little lamp in her hand, making her solitary rounds. With the heart of a true woman and the manner of a lady, accomplished and refined beyond most of her sex, she combines a surprising calmness of judgment and promptitude and decision of character. The popular instinct was not mistaken, which, when she set out from England on her mission of mercy, hailed her as a heroine. I trust she may not earn her title to a higher, though sadder appellation. No one who has observed her frail figure and delicate health can avoid misgivings lest these should fail. One of the soldiers wrote home. She would speak to one and another, and nod and smile to many more. But she could not do it all, you know, for we lay there by hundreds. But we could kiss her shadow as it fell, and lay our heads on our pillows again content. Another wrote home. Before she came there was such cussing and swearing, and after that it was as holy as a church. No wonder she was called the Angel of the Crimea. Once she was prostrated with fever, but recovered after a few weeks. Finally the war came to an end. London was preparing to give Miss Nightingale a royal welcome, when lo! she took passage by design on a French steamer and reached Lea Hurst, August 15, 1856, unbeknown to anyone. There was a murmur of disappointment at first, but the people could only honor all the more the woman who wished no blare of trumpets for her humane acts. Queen Victoria sent for her to visit her at Balmoral, and presented her with a valuable jewel, a ruby red enamel cross with a white field, encircled by a black band with the words, "Blessed are the merciful." The letters V.R., surmounted by a crown in diamonds, are impressed upon the centre of the cross. Green enamel branches of palm, tipped with gold, form the framework of the shield, while around their stems is a riband of blue enamel, with the single word Crimea. On the top are 3 brilliant stars of diamonds. On the back is an inscription written by the Queen. The Sultan sent her a magnificent bracelet, and the government $250,000 to found the school for nurses at St. Thomas's Hospital. Since the war, Miss Nightingale has never been in strong health, but she has written several valuable books. Her hospital notes, published in 1859, have furnished plans for scores of new hospitals. Her Notes on Nursing, published in 1860, of which over 100,000 have been sold, deserve to be in every home. She is the most earnest advocate of sunlight and fresh air. She says, "An extraordinary fallacy is the dread of night air. What air can we breathe at night but night air? The choice is between pure night air from without and foul night air from within. Most people prefer the latter, an unaccountable choice. What will they say if it be proved true that fully one half of all the disease we suffer from is occasioned by people sleeping with their windows shut? An open window most nights of the year can never hurt anyone. In great cities night air is often the best and purest to be had in the 24 hours. The 5 essentials for healthy houses," she says, are pure air, pure water, efficient drainage, cleanliness, and light. I have known whole houses and hospitals smell of the sink. I have met just as strong a stream of sewer air coming up the back staircase of a grand London house, from the sink, as I have ever met at Scutari. And I have seen the rooms in that house all ventilated by the open windows, and the passages all unventilated by the closed windows, in order that as much of the sewer air as possible might be conducted into and retained in the bedrooms. It is wonderful." Miss Nightingale has much humour, and she shows it in her writings. She is opposed to dark houses, says they promote scrofula, to old papered walls, and to carpets full of dust. An uninhabited room becomes full of foul air soon, and needs to have the windows open often. She would keep sick people, or well, forever in the sunlight if possible, for sunlight is the greatest possible purifier of the atmosphere. In the unsunned sides of narrow streets, there is degeneracy and weakliness of the human race, mind and body equally degenerating. Of the ruin wrought by bad air, she says, "Oh, the crowded National School, where so many children's epidemics have their origin, what a tale its air test would tell! We should have parents saying, and saying rightly, 'I will not send my child to that school, the air test stands at horrid.' And the dormitories of our great boarding schools. Scarlet fever would be no more ascribed to contagion, but to its right cause, the air test standing at foul. We should hear no longer of mysterious dispensations, and of plague and pestilence being in God's hands, when, so far as we know, he has put them into our own." She urges much rubbing of the body, washing with warm water and soap. "The only way I know to remove dust is to wipe everything with a damp cloth. If you must have a carpet, the only safety is to take it up 2 or 3 times a year, instead of once. The best wall now extant is oil paint." Nursing is an art, and if it is to be made an art, requires as exclusive a devotion, as hard as a preparation, as any painter's or sculptor's work. For what is the having to do with dead canvas or cold marble, compared with having to do with the living body, the temple of God's Spirit? Nursing is one of the fine arts, I had almost said, the finest of the fine arts. Miss Nightingale has also written Observations on the Sanitary State of the Army in India, 1863; Life or Death in India, read before the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science, 1873, with an appendix on Life or Death by Irrigation, 1874. She is constantly doing deeds of kindness. With a subscription sent recently by her to the Gordon Memorial Fund, she said, "Might but the example of this great and pure hero be made to tell, in that self no longer exists to him, but only God and duty, on the soldiers who have died to save him, and on boys who should live to follow him." Miss Nightingale has helped to dignify labor and to elevate humanity, and thus has made her name immortal. Florence Nightingale died August 13, 1910, at 2 p.m., of heart failure, at the age of 90. She had received many distinguished honors: the freedom of the City of London in 1908, and from King Edward VII, a year previously, a membership in the Order of Merit, given only to a select few men, such as Field Marshal Roberts, Lord Kitchener, Alma Tadema, James Bruce, George Meredith, Lords Kelvin and Lister, and Admiral Togo. Her funeral was a quiet one, according to her wishes. End of Section 16.
Section 17 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jadapi. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 17. Lady Brassey. One of my pleasantest days in England was spent at Old Battle Abbey, the scene of the ever memorable Battle of Hastings, where William of Normandy conquered the Saxon Harold. The abbey was built by William as a thank offering for the victory, on the spot where Harold set up his standard. The old gateway is one of the finest in England. Part of the ancient church remains, flowers and ivy growing out of the beautiful Gothic arches. As one stands upon the walls and looks out upon the sea, that great battle comes up before him. The Norman hosts disembark. First come the archers in short tunics, with bows as tall as themselves, and quivers full of arrows. Then the knights in coats of mail, with long lances and two-edged swords. Duke William steps out last from the ship, and falls foremost on both hands. His men gather about him in alarm, but he says, "See, my lords, I have taken possession of England with both my hands. It is now mine, and what is mine is yours." Word is sent to Harold to surrender the throne, but he returns answer as haughty as is sent. Brave and noble, he plants his standard, a warrior sparkling with gold and precious stones, and thus addresses his men: "The Normans are good knights and well used to war. If they pierce our ranks we are lost. Cleave and do not spare." Then they built up a breastwork of shields, which no man can pass alive. William of Normandy is ready for action. He in turn addresses his men: "Spare not and strike hard. There will be booty for all. It will be in vain to ask for peace. The English will not give it. Flight is impossible. At the sea you will find neither ship nor bridge. The English would overtake and annihilate you there. The victory is in our hands." From 9 till 3 the battle rages. The case becomes desperate. William orders the archers to fire into the air, as they cannot pierce English armor, and arrows fall down like rain upon the Saxons. Harold is pierced in the eye. He is soon overcome and trampled to death by the enemy, dying, it is said, with the words "Holy Cross" upon his lips. 10,000 are killed on either side, and the Saxons pass forever under foreign rule. Harold's mother comes and begs the body of her son, and pays for it, some historians say, its weight in gold. Every foot of ground at Battle Abbey is historic, and all the country round most interesting. We drive over the smoothest of roads to a palace in the distance, Normanhurst, the home of Lady Brassey, the distinguished author and traveller. Towers are at either corner and in the centre, and ivy climbs over the spacious vestibule to the roof. Great buildings for waterworks, conservatories, and the like are adjoining in the midst of flower gardens and acres of lawn and forest. It is a place fit for the abode of royalty itself. In no home have I seen so much that is beautiful gathered from all parts of the world. The hall, as you enter, square and hung with crimson velvet, is adorned with valuable paintings. 2 easy chairs before the fireplace are made from ostriches, their backs forming the seats. These birds were gifts to Lady Brassey in her travels. In the rooms beyond are treasures from Japan, the South Sea Islands, South America, indeed from everywhere. Cases of pottery, works in marble, Dresden candelabra, ancient armor, furs, silks, all arrayed with exquisite taste. One room, called the Marie Antoinette room, has the curtains and furniture in yellow of this unfortunate queen. Here are pictures by Sir Frederick Leighton, Landseer, and others. Stuffed birds and fishes and animals from every clime, with flowers in profusion. In the dining room, with its gray walls and red furniture, is a large painting of the mistress of this superb home, with her favorite horse and dogs. The views from the windows are beautiful. Battle Abbey ruin in the distance, and rivers flowing to the sea. The house is rich in color, one room being blue, another red, a third yellow, while large mirrors seem to repeat the apartments again and again. As we leave the home, not the least of its attractions come up the grounds, a load of merry children, all in sailor hats, the Mabel and Muriel and Marie whom we have learned to know in Lady Brassey's books. The well-known author is the daughter of the late Mr. John Allnut of Berkeley Square, London, who, as well as his father, was a patron of art, having made large collections of paintings. Reared in wealth and culture, it was but natural that the daughter, Annie, should find in the wealthy and cultured Sir Thomas Brassey a man worthy of her affections. In 1860, while both were quite young, they were married, and together they have traveled, written books, aided working men and women, and made for themselves a noble and lasting fame. Sir Thomas is the eldest son of the late Mr. Brassey, the Leviathan contractor, the employer of untold thousands of navvies, the genie of the spade and pick, and almost the pioneer of railway builders, not only in his own country, but from one end of the continent to the other. Of superior education, having been at Rugby and University College, Oxford, Sir Thomas was called to the bar at Lincoln's Inn in 1864, and was elected to Parliament from Devonport the following year, and from Hastings 3 years later, in 1868, which position he has filled ever since. Exceedingly fond of the sea, he determined to be a practical sailor, and qualified himself as a master marine by passing the requisite Board of Trade examination, and receiving a certificate as a seaman and navigator. In 1869 he was made honorary lieutenant in the Royal Naval Reserve. Besides his parliamentary work, he has been an able and voluminous writer. His Foreign Work and English Wages I purchased in England, and have found it valuable in facts and helpful in spirit. The statement in the preface that he has had under consideration the expediency of retiring from Parliament, with the view of devoting an undivided attention to the elucidation of industrial problems and the improvement of the relations between capital and labor, shows the heart of the man. In 1880 he was made Civil Lord of the Admiralty, and in 1881 was created by the Queen a Knight Commander of the Order of the Bath, for his important services in connection with the organization of the naval reserve forces of the country. In 1869, after Sir Thomas and Lady Brassey had been 9 years married, they determined to take a sea voyage in his yacht, and between this time and 1872 they made 2 cruises in the Mediterranean and the East. From her childhood the wife had kept a journal, and from fine powers of observation and much general knowledge was well fitted to see whatever was to be seen, and describe it graphically. She wrote long, journal-like letters to her father, and on her return the Flight of the Meteor was prepared for distribution among relatives and intimate friends. In the year last mentioned, 1872, they took a trip to Canada and the United States, sailing up several of the long rivers, and on her return A Cruise in the Eothen was published for friends. 4 years later they decided to go round the world, and for this purpose the beautiful yacht Sunbeam was built. The children, the animal pets, 2 dogs, 3 birds, and a Persian kitty for the baby were all taken, and the happy family left England July 1st, 1876. With the crew, the whole number of persons on board was 43. Almost at the beginning of the voyage they encountered a severe storm. Captain Lecky would have been lost but for the presence of mind of Mabel Brassey, the oldest daughter, who has her mother's courage and calmness. When asked if she thought she was going overboard, she answered, "I did not think at all, mamma, but felt sure we were gone." "Soon after this adventure," says Lady Brassey, "we all went to bed, full of thanksgiving that it had ended as well as it did, but alas, not, so far as I was concerned, to rest in peace. In about 2 hours I was awakened by a tremendous weight of water suddenly descending upon me and flooding the bed. I immediately sprang out, only to find myself in another pool on the floor. It was pitch dark and I could not think what had happened, so I rushed on deck, and found that the weather having moderated a little, some kind sailor, knowing my love of fresh air, had opened the skylight rather too soon, and one of the angry waves had popped on board, deluging the cabin. I got a light and proceeded to mop up as best I could, and then endeavored to find a dry place to sleep in. This, however, was no easy task, for my own bed was drenched, and every other berth occupied. The deck, too, was ankle deep in water, as I found when I tried to get across to the deck-house sofa. At last I lay down on the floor, wrapped in my ulster, and wedged between the foot-stanchion of our swing bed and the wardrobe athwartship, so that as the yacht rolled heavily my feet were often higher than my head. No wonder that a woman who could make the best of such circumstances could make a year's trip on the Sunbeam a delight to all on board. Their first visits were to the Madeira, Teneriffe, and Cape de Verde Islands off the coast of Africa. With simplicity, the charm of all writing, and naturalness, Lady Brassey describes the people, the bathing where the sharks were plentiful, and the masses of wild geranium, hydrangea, and fuchsia. They climbed to the top of the lava peak of Teneriffe, over 12,000 feet high. They rise at 5 o'clock to see the beautiful sunrises. They watch the slaves at coffee raising at Rio de Janeiro, in South America, and Lady Brassey is attracted toward the 19 tiny babies by the side of their mothers, the youngest a dear little woolly-headed thing, as black as jet, and only 3 weeks old. In Belgrano, she says, "We saw for the first time the holes of the bizcachas, or prairie dogs, outside which the little prairie owls keep guard. There appeared to be always 1 and generally 2 of these birds standing like sentinels at the entrance to each hole, with their wise-looking heads on one side, pictures of prudence and watchfulness. The bird and the beast are great friends, and are seldom to be found apart." And then Lady Brassey, who understands photography as well as how to write several languages, photographs this pretty scene of prairie dogs guarded by owls, and puts it in her book. On their way to the Straits of Magellan they see a ship on fire. They send out a boat to her, and bring in the suffering crew of 15 men, almost wild with joy to be rescued. Their cargo of coal had been on fire for 4 days. The men were exhausted, the fires beneath their feet were constantly growing hotter, and finally they gave up in despair and lay down to die. But the captain said, "There is One above who looks after us all," and again they took courage. They lashed the two apprentice boys in one of the little boats for fear they would be washed overboard, for one was the only son of his mother, and she a widow. "The captain," says Lady Brassey, "drowned his favorite dog, a splendid Newfoundland, just before leaving the ship, for although a capital watchdog and very faithful, he was rather large and fierce, and when it was known that the Sunbeam was a yacht with ladies and children on board, he feared to introduce him. Poor fellow! I wish I had known about it in time to save his life." They steamed past the lowly sandy coast of Patagonia and the rugged mountains of Tierra del Fuego, literally Land of Fire, so called from the custom the inhabitants have of lighting fires on prominent points as signals of assembly. The people are cannibals and naked. Their food is of the most meagre description, and consists mainly of shellfish, sea eggs, for which the women dive with much dexterity, and fish which they train their dogs to assist them in catching. These dogs are sent into the water at the entrance of a narrow creek or small bay, and they then bark and flounder about and drive the fish before them into shallow water, where they are caught. 3 of these fusions, a man, woman, and lad, come out to the yacht in a craft made of planks rudely tied together with the sinews of animals, and give otter skins for tobacco and galata biscuit, for which they call. When Lady Brassey gives the lad and his mother some strings of blue, red, and green glass beads, they laugh and jabber most enthusiastically. Their paddles are split branches of trees, with wider pieces tied on at one end, with the sinews of birds or beasts. At the various places where they land, all go armed, Lady Brassey herself being well skilled in their use. She never forgets to do a kindness. In Chile she hears that a poor engine driver, an Englishman, has met with a serious accident, and at once hastens to see him. He is delighted to hear about the trip of the Sunbeam, and forgets for a time his intense suffering in his joy at seeing her. In Santiago she describes a visit to the ruin of the Jesuit church, where, December 8, 1863, at the Feast of the Virgin, 2,000 persons, mostly women and children, were burned to death. A few were drawn up through a hole in the roof, and thus saved. Their visit to the South Sea Islands is full of interest. At Bow Island, Lady Brassey buys 2 tame pigs for 25 cents each, which are so docile that they follow her about the yacht with the dogs, to whom they took a decided fancy. She calls one a gag, because he walks so delicately on his toes. The native women break cocoanuts, and offer them the milk to drink. At Maitea the natives are puzzled to know why the island is visited. "No sell brandy?" they ask. "No." "No stealy men?" "No." "No do what then?" The chief receives most courteously, cutting down a banana tree for them when they express a wish for bananas. He would receive no money for his presents to them. In Tahiti a feast is given in their honor, in a house seemingly made of banana trees, the floor covered with the finest mats, and the center strewn with broad green plantain leaves, to form the tablecloth. Before each guest was placed a half cocoanut full of salt water, another full of chopped cocoanut, a third full of fresh water, and another full of milk, 2 pieces of bamboo, a basket of poi, half a breadfruit, and a platter of green leaves, the latter being changed with each course. We took our seats on the ground round the green table. The first operation was to mix the salt water and the chopped cocoanut together, so as to make an appetizing sauce, into which we were supposed to dip each morsel we ate. We were tolerably successful in the use of our fingers as substitutes for knives and forks. At the Sandwich Islands in Hilo, they visit the volcano of Kilauea. They descend the precipice, 300 feet, which forms the wall of the old crater. They ascend the present crater, and stand on the edge of a precipice, overhanging a lake of molten fire, 100 feet below us and nearly a mile across. Dashing against the cliffs of the opposite side, with a noise like the roar of a stormy ocean, waves of blood-red, fiery liquid lava hurled their billows upon an iron-bound headland, and then rushed up the face of the cliffs to toss their gory spray high in the air. They pass the island of Molokai, where the poor lepers end their days away from home and kindred. At Honolulu they are entertained by the prince, and then sail for Japan, China, Ceylon, through Suez, stopping in Egypt and then home. On their arrival, Lady Brassey says, "How can I describe the warm greetings that met us everywhere, or the crowd that surrounded us? How, along the whole 10 miles from Hastings to Battle, people were standing by the roadside and at the cottage doors to welcome us? How the Battle bell ringers never stopped ringing except during service time, or how the warmest of welcomes ended our delightful year of travel, and made us feel we were home at last, with thankful hearts for the providential care which had watched oversee us whithersoever we roamed." The trip had been one of continued ovation. Crowds had gathered in every place to see the Sunbeam, and often trim her with flowers from stem to stern. Presents of parrots and kittens and pigs abounded, and Lady Brassey had cared tenderly for them all. Christmas was observed on shipboard with gifts for everybody. Thoughtfulness and kindness had made the trip a delight to the crew as well as the passengers. The letters sent home from the Sunbeam were so thoroughly enjoyed by her father and friends that they prevailed upon her to publish a book, which she did in 1878. It was found to be as full of interest to the world as it had been to the intimate friends, and it passed rapidly through 4 editions. An abridged edition appeared in the following year. Then the call for it was so great that an edition was prepared for reading in schools in 1880, and finally in 1881 a 12-cent edition, that the poor as well as the rich might have an opportunity of reading this fascinating book, Around the World in the Yacht Sunbeam. And now Lady Brassey found herself not only the accomplished and benevolent wife of a member of Parliament, but a famous author as well. This year, July, 1881, the King of the Sandwich Islands, who had been greatly pleased with her description of his kingdom, was entertained at Normanhurst Castle, and invested Lady Brassey with the order of Kapiolani. The next trip made was to the Far East, and a book followed in 1880, entitled Sunshine and Storm in the East, or Cruises to Cyprus and Constantinople, dedicated to the brave, true-hearted sailors of England of all ranks and services. The book is intensely interesting. Now she describes the Sultan going to the mosque, which he does every Friday at 12 o'clock. He appeared in a sort of undress uniform, with a flowing cloak over it, and with 2 or 3 large diamond stars on his breast. He was mounted on a superb white Arab charger, 33 years old, whose saddle-cloths and trappings blazed with gold and diamonds. The following of officers on foot was enormous, and then came 200 of the fat blue and gold pashas, with their white horses and brilliant trappings, the rear being brought up by some troops and a few carriages. Nobody dares address the Sultan, even if he speaks to them, except in monosyllables, with their foreheads almost touching the floor, the only exception being the Grand Vizier, who dares not look up, but stands almost bent double. He is entirely governed by his mother, who, having been a slave of the very lowest description, to whom his father, Mahmoud II., took a fancy, as she was carrying wood to the bath, is naturally bigoted and ignorant. The Sultan is not allowed to marry, but the slaves who become mothers of his children are called sultanas, and not allowed to do any more work. They have a separate suite of apartments, a retinue of servants, besides carriages and horses, and each hopes some day to the mother of the future Sultan, and therefore the most prominent woman in Turkey. The sultanas may not sit at table with their own children, on account of their having been slaves, while the children are princes and princesses in right of their father. Lady Brassey tells the amusing story of a visit of Eugenie to the Sultan's mother, when the Empress of the French saluted her on the cheek. The Turkish woman was furious, and said she had never been so insulted in her life. She retired to bed at once, was bled, and had several Turkish baths to purify her from the pollution. Fancy the Empress's feelings when, after having so far condescended as to kiss the old woman, born one of the lowest of slaves, she had her embrace received in such a manner. The habits and customs of the people are described by Lady Brassey with all the interest of a novel. On their return home, again the Battle bells rang out a merry peal of gladness. Again everybody rushed out to welcome us. At home once again the servants and the animals seemed equally glad to see us back. The former looked the picture of happiness, while the dogs jumped and barked, the horses and ponies neighed and whinnied, the monkeys chattered, The cockatoos and parrots screamed, the birds chirped, the bullfinches piped their little paean of welcome. Our old Sussex cowman says that even the cows eat their food kind of kinder like when the family are at home. The deer and the ostriches, too, the swans and the call ducks all came running to meet us as we drove round the place to see them. Kindness to both man and beast bears its legitimate fruit. 2 years later she prepared the letterpress to Tahiti, a series of photographs taken by Colonel Stuart Wortley. He also was a gentleman of much culture and noble work, in whose home we saw beautiful things gathered from many lands. The last long trip of Sir Thomas and Lady Brassey was made in the fall of 1883, and resulted in a charming book, In the Trades, the Tropics, and the Roaring Forties, with about 300 illustrations. The route lay through Madeira, Trinidad, Venezuela, the Bahamas, and home by way of the Azores. The resources of the various islands, their history, and their natural formation are ably told, showing much study as well as intelligent observation. The maps and charts are also valuable. At Trinidad they visit the fine botanic gardens and see bamboos, mangoes, peach palms, and cocoa plants, from whose seeds chocolate is made. The quantity exported annually is 13,000,000 pounds. They also visit green coffee plantations. The leaves of the coffee shrub, says Lady Brassey, are of a rich, dark, glossy green, the flowers, which grow in dense white clusters when in full bloom, giving the bushes the appearance of being covered with snow. The berries vary in color from pale green to reddish orange or dark red, according to their ripeness, and bear a strong resemblance to cherries. Each contains 2 seeds, which, when properly dried, become what is known to us as raw coffee. At Caracas they view with interest the place which, on March 26, 1812, was nearly destroyed by an earthquake, 12,000 persons perishing, thousands of whom were buried alive by the opening of the ground. They study the formation of coral reefs, and witness the gathering of sponges in the Bahamas. These are brought to the surface by hooked poles, or sometimes by diving. When first drawn from the water they are covered with a soft gelatinous substance, as black as tar and full of organic life, the sponge, as we know, being only the skeleton of the organism. While all this traveling was being enjoyed, and made most useful as well, to hundreds of thousands of readers, Lady Brassey was not forgetting her works of philanthropy. For years she had been a leading spirit in the St. John's Ambulance Association. Last October she gave a valuable address to the members of the Workingmen's Club and Institute Union, composed of several hundred societies of workingmen. Her desire was that each society take up the work of teaching its members how to care for the body in case of accidents. The association, now numbering over 100,000 persons, is an offshoot of the ancient order of St. John of Jerusalem, founded 800 years ago, to maintain a hospital for Christian pilgrims. She says, "The method of arresting bleeding from an artery is so easy that a child may learn it, yet thousands of lives have been lost through ignorance. The life blood ebbing away in the presence of sorrowing spectators, perfectly helpless, because none among them had been taught one of the first rudiments of instruction of an ambulance pupil, the application of an extemporized tourniquet. Again, how frequent is the loss of life by drowning, yet how few persons comparatively understand the way to treat properly the apparently drowned." Lectures are given by this association on first aid to the injured, also on the general management of the sick room. Lady Brassey, with the assistance of medical men, has held classes in all the outlying villages about her home, and has arranged that simple but useful medical appliances, like plasters, bandages, and the like, be kept at some convenient centers. At Trinidad and Bahamas and Bermudas, where they stayed there in their travels, she caused to be held large meetings among the most influential residents; also at Madeira and in the Azores. A class was organized on board the Sunbeam, and lectures were delivered by a physician. In the Shetland Islands she has also organized these societies, and thus many lives have been saved. When the soldiers went to the Soudan, she arranged for these helpful lectures to them on their voyage east, and among much other reading matter which she obtained for them, sent them books and papers on this essential medical knowledge. She carries on correspondence with India, Australia, and New Zealand, where ambulance associations have been formed. For her valued services she was elected in 1881 a Dame Chevalier of the Order of St. John of Jerusalem. Her work among the poor in the East End of London is admirable. Too much of this cannot be done by those who are blessed with wealth and culture. She is also interested in all that helps to educate the people, as is shown by her Museum of Natural History and Ethnological Specimens, open for inspection in the School of Fine Art at Hastings. How valuable is such a life compared with one that uses its time and money for personal gratification alone. In August 1885, Sir Thomas and Lady Brassey took Mr. and Mrs. Gladstone and a few other friends in the Sunbeam up the coast of Norway. When they landed at Stavanger, a quaint, clean little town, she says in the October Contemporary Review, "The reception which we met in this comparatively out of the way place, where our visit had been totally unexpected, was very striking. From early morning little groups of townspeople had been hovering about the quays, trying to get a distant glimpse of the world-renowned statesman who was among our passengers. When they walked through the town, every window and doorway was filled with onlookers. Several flags had been hoisted in honor of the occasion, and the church bells were set ringing. It was interesting and touching to see the ex-minister walking up the narrow street, his hat almost constantly raised in response to the salutations of the townspeople. They sail up the fjords, they ride in stokjors over the journey, they climb mountains, they visit old churches, and they dine with the Prince of Wales on board the royal yacht Osborne. Before landing, Mr. Gladstone addresses the crew, thanking them that "the voyage has been made pleasant and safe by their high sense of duty, constant watchfulness, and arduous exertion," while he admires the "rare knowledge of practical seamanship of Sir Thomas Brassey," and thanks both him and his wife for their "genial and generous hospitality." He does not forget the sailors, for whom he "wishes health and happiness," and "prays that God may speed you in all you undertake." Lady Brassey is living a useful and noble as well as intellectual life. In London, Sir Thomas and herself recently gave a reception to over 1,000 workingmen in the South Kensington Museum. Devoted to her family, she does not forget the best interests of her country, nor the welfare of those less fortunate than herself. Successful in authorship, she is equally successful in good works, loved at home and honored abroad. Lady Brassey's last voyage was made in the yacht she loved, the Sunbeam. 3 or 4 years before, her health had received a serious shock through an attack of typhoid fever, and it was hoped that travel would restore her. A trip was made in 1887 to Ceylon, Rangoon, North Borneo, and Australia, in company with Lord Brassey, a son and 3 daughters. While in mid-ocean, on their way to Mauritius, Lady Brassey died of malarial fever, and was buried at sea, September 14, 1887. End of section 17. Recording by Jadapi. www.myaudiolibrary.blogspot.com.
Section 18 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 18. Baroness Burdett Coutts. We hear, with comparative frequency, of great gifts made by men. George Peabody and Johns Hopkins, Ezra Cornell and Matthew Vassar, Commodore Vanderbilt and Leland Stanford. But gifts of millions have been rare from women. Perhaps this is because they have not, as often as men, had the control of immense wealth. It is estimated that Baroness Burdett Coutts has already given away from $15 to $20 million, and is constantly dispensing her fortune. She is feeling, in her lifetime, the real joy of giving. How many benevolent persons lose all this joy by waiting till death before they bestow their gifts? This remarkable woman comes from a remarkable family. Her father, Sir Francis Burdett, was one of England's most prominent members of Parliament. So earnest and eloquent was he that Canning placed him, very nearly, if not quite, at the head of the orators of the day." His colleague from Westminster, Hobhouse, said, "Sir Francis Burdett was endowed with qualities rarely united. A manly understanding and a tender heart gave a charm to his society such as I have never derived in any other instance from a man whose principal pursuit was politics. He was the delight both of young and old." He was of fine presence, with great command of language, natural, sincere, and impressive. After being educated at Oxford, he spent some time in Paris during the early part of the French Revolution, and came home with enlarged ideas of liberty. With as much courage as eloquence, he advocated liberty of the press in England, and many parliamentary reforms. Whenever there were misdeeds to be exposed, he exposed them. The abuses of Cold-Bath Fields and other prisons were corrected through his searching public inquiries. When one of his friends was shut up in Newgate for impugning the conduct of the House of Commons, Sir Francis took his part, and for this it was ordered that he too be arrested. Believing in free speech as he did, he denied the right of the House of Commons to arrest him, and for nearly 3 days barricaded his house, till the police forcibly entered and carried him to the Tower. A riot resulted, the people assaulting the police and the soldiers, for the statesman was very popular. Several persons were killed in the tumult. 9 years later, in 1819, because he condemned the proceedings of the Lancashire magistrates in a massacre case, he was again arrested for libel. His sentence was 3 months' imprisonment, and a fine of $5,000. The bank note with which the money was paid is still preserved in the Bank of England, "with an inscription in Burnet's own writing, that to save his life, which further imprisonment threatened to destroy, he submitted to be robbed." For 30 years he represented Westminster, fearless in what he considered right, strenuous for the abolition of slavery and in all other reforms. Napoleon said at St. Helena, if he had invaded England as he had intended, he would have made it a republic, with Sir Francis Burdett, the popular idol, at its head. Wealthy himself, Sir Francis married Sophia, the youngest daughter of the wealthy London banker, Thomas Coutts. 1 son and 5 daughters were born to them, the youngest, Angela Georgina, April 21, 1814, now the Baroness Burdett Coutts. Mr. Coutts was an eccentric and independent man, who married for his first wife an excellent girl of very humble position. Their children, from the great wealth of the father, married into the highest social rank, one being Marchioness of Bute, one Countess of Guilford, and the third Lady Burdett. When Thomas Coutts was 84, he married for the second time a well-known actress, Harriet Mellon, who for 7 years, till his death, took excellent care of him. He left her his whole fortune, amounting to several millions, feeling perhaps that he had provided sufficiently for his daughters at their marriage, by giving them $500,000 each. But Harriet Mellon, with a fine sense of honour, felt that the fortune belonged to his children. Though she married 5 years later the Duke of St. Albans, 24 years old, about half her own age, at her death in 10 years she left the whole property, some 15 millions, to Mr. Coutts' granddaughter, Angela Burdett. Only one condition was imposed, that the young lady should add the name of Coutts to her own. Miss Angela Burdett Coutts became, therefore, at 23, the sole proprietor of the great Coutts banking house, which position she held for 30 years, and the owner of an immense fortune. Very many young men manifested a desire to help care for her property, and to share it with her, but she seems from the first to have had but one definite life purpose, to spend her money for the good of the human race. She had her father's strength of character, was well educated, and was a friend of royalty itself. Alas, how many young women, with $15,000,000 in hand, and the sum constantly increasing, would have preferred a life of display and self-aggrandizement rather than visiting the poor and the sorrowing. Baroness Burdett Coutts is now over 70, and for 50 years her name has been one of the brightest and noblest in England, or indeed in the world. Crabb Robinson said, she is "the most generous and delicately generous person I ever knew." Her charities have extended in every direction. Among her first good works was the building of 2 large churches, one at Carlisle and another, St. Stephen's, at Westminster, the latter having also 3 schools and a parsonage. But Great Britain did not require all her gifts. Gospel work was needed in Australia, Africa, and British America. She therefore endowed 3 colonial bishoprics at Adelaide, Cape Town, and in British Columbia with $250,000. In South Australia she also provided an institution for the improvement of the aborigines, who were ignorant, and for whom the world seemed to care little. She has generously aided her own sex. Feeling that sewing and other household work should be taught in the national schools, as from her labors among the poor she had seen how often food was badly cooked, and mothers were ignorant of sewing, she gave liberally to the government for this purpose. Her heart also went out to children in the remote districts, who were missing all school privileges, and for these she arranged a plan of "travelling teachers," which was heartily approved by the English authorities. Even now in these later years the Baroness may often be seen at the night schools of London, offering prizes, or encouraging the young men and women in their desire to gain knowledge after the hard day's work is done. She has opened reformatory homes for girls, and great good has resulted. Like Peabody, she has transformed some of the most degraded portions of London by her improved tenement houses for the poor. One place, called Nova Scotia Gardens (the term gardens was a misnomer), she purchased, tore down the old rookeries where people slept and ate in filth and rags, and built tasteful homes for 200 families, charging for them low and weekly rentals. Close by she built Columbia Market, costing over $1,000,000, intended for the convenience of small dealers and people in that locality, where clean, healthful food could be purchased. She opened a museum and reading room for the neighborhood, and brought order and taste out of squalor and distress. This building she presented to the city of London, and in acknowledgment of the munificent gift, the Common Council presented her, July 1872, in a public ceremony, the freedom of the city, an uncommon honor to a woman. It was accompanied by a complimentary address, enclosed in a beautiful gold casket with several compartments. One bore the arms of the Baroness, while the other 7 represented tableaux emblematic of her noble life: feeding the hungry, giving drink to the thirsty, clothing the naked, visiting the captive, lodging the homeless, visiting the sick, and burying the dead. The 4 cardinal virtues, prudence, temperance, fortitude, and justice, supported the box at the 4 corners, while the lid was surmounted by the arms of the city. The Baroness made an able response to the address of the council, instead of asking some gentleman to reply for her. Women who can do valuable benevolent work should be able to read their own reports, or say what they desire to say in public speech, without feeling that they have in the slightest degree departed from the dignity and delicacy of their womanhood. 2 years later, 1874, Edinburgh, for her many charities, also presented the Baroness the freedom of the city. Queen Victoria, 3 years before this, in June 1871, had made her a peer of the realm. In Spitalfields, London, where the poverty was very great, she started a sewing school for adult women, and provided not only work for them, but food as well, so that they might earn for themselves rather than receive charity. To furnish this work she took contracts from the government. From this school she sent out nurses among the sick, giving them medical supplies and clothes for the deserving. When servants needed outfits, the Baroness provided them, aiding in all ways those who were willing to work. All this required much executive ability. So interested is she in the welfare of poor children, that she has converted some of the very old burying grounds of the city, where the bodies have long since gone back to dust, into playgrounds, with walks and seats and beds of flowers. Here the children can romp from morning till night, instead of living in the stifled air of the tenement houses. In old St. Pancras churchyard, now used as a playground, she has erected a sundial as a memorial to its illustrious head. Not alone does Lady Burnet Coutts build churches and help women and girls. She has fitted hundreds of boys for the Royal Navy, educated them on her training ships. She usually tries them in a shoe-black brigade, and if they show a desire to be honest and trustworthy, she provides homes, either in the Navy or in some good trade. When men are out of work, she encourages them in various ways. When the East End weavers had become reduced to poverty by the decay of trade, she furnished funds for them to emigrate to Queensland with their families. A large number went together and formed a prosperous and happy colony, gratefully sending back thanks to their benefactor. They would have starved, or, what is more probable, have gone into crime in London. Now they were contented and satisfied in their new home. When the inhabitants of Girvan, Scotland, were in distress, she advanced a large sum to take all the needy families to Australia. Here in America we talk every now and then of forming societies to help the poor to leave the cities and go west, and too often the matter ends in talk; while here is a woman who forms a society in and of herself, and sends the suffering to any part of the world, expecting no money return on the capital used. To see happy and contented homes grow from our expenditures is such an investment of capital as helps to bring on the millennium. When the people near Skibbereen, Ireland, were in want, she sent food and clothing and fishing tackle to enable them to carry on their daily employment of fishing. She supplied the necessary funds for Sir Henry James's topographical survey of Jerusalem in the endeavour to discover the remains of King Solomon's temple, and offered to restore the ancient aqueduct to supply the city with water. Deeply interested in art, she has aided many struggling artists. Her homes also contain many valuable pictures. The heart of the Baroness seems open to distress from every clime. In 1877, when word reached England of the suffering through war of the Bulgarian and Turkish peasantry, she instituted the Compassion Fund, by which $150,000 in money and stores were sent, and thousands of lives saved from starvation and death. For this generosity the Sultan conferred upon her the Order of Medjidie, the first woman, it is said, who has received this distinction. In all this benevolence she has not overlooked the animal creation. She has erected 4 handsome drinking fountains, one in Victoria Park, one at the entrance to the Zoological Gardens in Regent's Park, one near Columbia Market, and one in the city of Manchester. At the opening of the latter, the citizens gave Lady Burdett Coutts a most enthusiastic reception. To the unique and interesting Home for Lost Dogs in London she has contributed very largely. If the poor animals could speak, how would they thank her for a warm bed to lie on, and proper food to eat! Her private gifts to the poor have been numberless. Her city house, 1 Stratton Street, Piccadilly, and her country home at Holly Lodge, Highgate, are both well known. When, in 1868, the great reform procession passed her house, and she was at the window, though half out of sight, says a person who was present, "In one instant a shout was raised. For upwards of 2 hours and a half the air rang with the reiterated huzzas, huzzas unanimous and heartfelt, as if representing a national sentiment." At Holly Lodge, which one passes in visiting the grave of George Eliot at Highgate Cemetery, the Baroness makes thousands of persons happy year by year. Now she invites 2,000 Belgian volunteers to meet the Prince and Princess of Wales, with some 500 royal and distinguished guests. Now she throws open her beautiful gardens to hundreds of school children, and lets them play at will under the oak and chestnut trees. And now she entertains at tea all her tenants, numbering about 1,000. So genial and considerate is she that all love her, both rich and poor. She has fine manners and an open, pleasant face. For some years a young friend, about half her own age, Mr. William Ashmead Bartlett, had assisted her in dispensing her charities, and in other financial matters. At one time he went to Turkey at her request, using wisely the funds committed to his trust. Baroness Coutts had refused many offers of marriage, but she finally desired to bestow her hand upon this young but congenial man. On February 12, 1881, they were wedded in Christchurch, Piccadilly. Her husband took the name of Mr. Burdett Coutts Bartlett, and has since become a capable member of Parliament. The marriage proved a happy one. The final years of the Baroness's long, useful life were rather secluded, being spent at her London residence, or at her delightful country place near Highgate, where she formerly entertained largely. On Christmas Eve, in 1906, she became ill of bronchitis, and though her wonderful vitality led her to revive somewhat, she finally succumbed on December 30, at the age of 92. She was greatly beloved from the highest to the humblest citizens. Queen Alexandra sent repeated inquiries and messages. King Edward once said that he regarded the Baroness, after his mother, as the most remarkable woman in England. Her life was a link with the past, as it began during the reign of Emperor Napoleon I, and witnessed the reigns of 5 British sovereigns. Throughout it was spent in doing good. End of Section 18. Section 19 of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lives of Girls Who Became Famous by Sarah K. Bolton. Section 19. Jean Ingelow. The same friend who had given me Mrs. Browning's 5 volumes in blue and gold came one day with a dainty volume just published by Roberts Brothers of Boston. They had found a new poet, and one possessing a beautiful name. Possibly it was a nom de plume, for who had heard any real name so musical as that of Jean Ingelow? I took the volume down by the quiet stream that flows below Amherst College, and, day after day, under a grand old tree, read some of the most musical words wedded to as pure thought as our country has produced. The world was just now beginning to know the high tide on the coast of Lincolnshire. Eyes were dimming as they read, I looked without, and lo, my son Came riding down with might and main. He raised a shout as he drew on, Till all the welkin rang again, Elizabeth! Elizabeth! A sweeter woman ne'er drew breath Than my son's wife, Elizabeth. The old sea wall, he cried, is down, The rising tide comes on apace, And boats adrift in yonder town Go sailing up the market place. He shook as one who looks on death. God save you, mother, straight he saith, Where is my wife, Elizabeth? And then the waters laid her body at his very door, and the sweet voice that called Cusha, 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 was stilled forever. The songs of 7 soon became as household words, because they were a reflection of real life. Nobody ever pictured a child more exquisitely than the little 7-year-old, who, rich with the little knowledge that seems much to a child, looks down from superior heights upon the lambs that play always, they know no better, they are only 1 times 1. So happy is she that she makes boon companions of the flowers. O brave marshberry buds, rich and yellow, give me your honey to hold. O columbine, open your folded wrapper, where 2 twin turtle doves dwell. O cuckoo pint, toll me the purple clapper that hangs in your clear green bell. At 7 times 2, who of us has not waited for the great heavy curtains of the future to be drawn aside? I wish and I wish that the spring would go faster, nor long summer bide so late, and I could grow on, like the foxglove and aster, for some things are ill to wait. At 21 the girl's heart flutters with expectancy. I leaned out of window, I smelt the white clover, dark, dark was the garden, I saw not the gate. Now, if there be footsteps, he comes, my one lover. Hush, nightingale, hush, O sweet nightingale, wait, till I listen and hear if a step draweth near, for my love he is late. At 28 a happy mother lives in a simple home, made beautiful by her children. Hi ho! Daisies and buttercups, mother shall thread them a daisy chain. At 35 a widow, at 42 giving up her children to brighten other homes, at 49 longing for home. I had a nestful once of my own, ah, happy, happy I! Right dearly I loved them, but when they were grown, they spread out their wings to fly. Oh, one after another they flew away, far up to the heavenly blue, to the better country, the upper day, and I wish I was going too. The Songs of Seven will be read and treasured as long as there are women in the world to be loved and men in the world to love them. My especial favorite in the volume was the poem "Divided." Never have I seen more exquisite kinship with nature, nor more delicate and tender feeling. Where is there so beautiful a picture as this? An empty sky, a world of heather, purple of foxglove, yellow of broom, we two among them, waiting together, shaking out honey, treading perfume. Crowds of bees are giddy with clover, crowds of grasshoppers skip at our feet, crowds of larks at their matins hang over, thanking the Lord for a life so sweet. We two walk till the purple dieth, and short dry grass under foot is brown, but one little streak at a distance lieth, green like a ribbon to prank the down. Over the grass we stepped into it, and God he knoweth how blithe we were. Never a voice to bid us eschew it, hey the golden ribbon that showed so fair. A shady freshness, chafers whirring, a little piping of leaf-hid birds, a flutter of wings, a fitful stirring, a cloud to the eastward, snowy as curds. Bare, glassy slopes, where kids are tethered, round valleys like nests all ferny lined, round hills with fluttering tree-tops feathered, swell high in their freckled robes behind. Glitters the dew and shines the river, up comes the lily and dries her bell, but two are walking apart for ever, and wave their hands for a mute farewell. And yet I know past all doubting truly, and knowledge greater than grief can dim, I know, as he loved, he will love me duly, yea better, e'en better than I love him. And as I walk by the vast calm river, the awful river so dread to see, I say, thy breadth and thy depth forever are bridged by his thoughts that cross to me. In what choice but simple language are we thus told that two loving hearts cannot be divided? Years went by, and I was at last to see the author of the poems I had loved in girlhood. I had wondered how she looked, what was her manner, and what were her surroundings. In Kensington, a suburb of London, in a 2-story-and-a-half stone house, cream-colored, lives Jean Ingelow. Tasteful grounds are in front of the home, and in the rear a large lawn bordered with many flowers, and conservatories, a real English garden, soft as velvet and fragrant as new-mown hay. The house is fit for a poet, roomy, cheerful, and filled with flowers. One end of the large double parlors seemed a bank of azaleas and honeysuckles, while great bunches of yellow primrose and blue forget-me-not were on the tables and in the bay windows. But most interesting of all was the poet herself, in middle life, with fine, womanly face, friendly manner, and cultivated mind. For an hour we talked of many things in both countries. Miss Ingelow showed great familiarity with American literature and with our national questions. While everything about her indicated deep love for poetry and a keen sense of the beautiful, her conversation, fluent and admirable, showed her to be eminently practical and sensible, without a touch of sentimentality. Her first work in life seems to be the making of her two brothers happy in the home. She usually spends her forenoons in writing. She does her literary work thoroughly, keeping her productions a long time before they are put into print. As she is never in robust health, she gives little time to society, and passes her winters in the south of France or Italy. A letter dated February 25 from the Alps Maritime at Cannes says, This lovely spot is full of flowers, birds, and butterflies. Who that recalls her Songs on the Voices of Birds, the blackbird and the nightingale, will not appreciate her happiness with such surroundings? With great fondness for, and pride in, her own country, she has the most kindly feelings toward America and her people. She says in the preface of her novel, Fated to be Free, concerning this work and Off the Skelligs, "I am told that they are peculiar, and I feel they must be so, for most stories of human life are, or at least aim at being, works of art, selections of interesting portions of life and fitting incidents put together and presented as a picture is, and I have not aimed at producing a work of art at all, but a piece of nature." And then she goes on to explain her position to "her American friends," for she says, "I am sure you more than deserve of me some efforts to please you. I seldom have an opportunity of saying how truly I think so." Jean Ingelow's life has been a quiet but busy and earnest one. She was born in the quaint old city of Boston, England, in 1830. Her father was a well-to-do banker; her mother a cultivated woman of Scotch descent from Aberdeenshire. Jean grew to womanhood in the midst of 11 brothers and sisters, without the fate of struggle and poverty so common among the great. She writes to a friend concerning her childhood, "As a child I was very happy at times and generally wondering at something. I was uncommonly like other children. I remember seeing a star, and that my mother told me of God who lived up there and made the star. This was on a summer evening. It was my first hearing of God, and made a great impression on my mind. I remember better than anything that certain ecstatic sensations of joy used to get hold of me, and that I used to creep into corners to think out my thoughts by myself. I was, however, extremely timid, and easily overawed by fear. We had a lofty nursery with a bow window that overlooked the river. My brother and I were constantly wondering at this river. The coming up of the tides, and the ships, and the jolly gangs of towers ragging them on with a monotonous song, made a daily delight for us. The washing of the water, the sunshine upon it, and the reflections of the waves on our nursery ceiling supplied hours of talk to us, and days of pleasure. At this time, being 3 years old, I learned my letters. I used to think a good deal, especially about the origin of things. People said often that they had been in this world, that house, that nursery, before I came. I thought everything must have begun when I did. No doubt other children have such thoughts, but few remember them. Indeed, nothing is more remarkable among intelligent people than the recollections they retain of their early childhood. A few, as I do, remember it all. Many remember nothing whatever which occurred before they were 5 years old. I have suffered much from a feeling of shyness and reserve, and I have not been able to do things by trying to do them. What comes to me comes of its own accord, and almost in spite of me; and I have hardly any power when verses are once written to make them any better. There were no hardships in my youth, but care was bestowed on me and my brothers and sisters by a father and mother who were both cultivated people." To another friend she writes, "I suppose I may take for granted that mine was the poetic temperament, and since there are no thrilling incidents to relate, you may think you should like to have my views as to what that means. I cannot tell you in an hour, or even a day, for it means so much. I suppose it, of its absence or presence, to make far more difference between one person and another than any contrast of circumstances can do. The possessor does not have it for nothing. It isolates, particularly in childhood. It takes away some common blessings, but then it consoles for them all." With this poetic temperament, that saw beauty in flower and sky and bird, that felt keenly all the sorrow and all the happiness of the world about her, that wrote of life rather than art, because to live rightly was the whole problem of human existence, with this poetic temperament the girl grew to womanhood in the city bordering on the sea. Boston, at the mouth of the Witham, was once a famous seaport, the rival of London in commercial prosperity in the 13th century. It was the site of the famous monastery of St. Botolph, built by a pious monk in 657. The town which grew up around it was called Botolphstown, contracted finally to Boston. From this town Reverend John Cotton came to America and gave the name to the capital of Massachusetts, in which he settled. The present famous old church of St. Botolph was founded in 1309, having a bell tower 300 feet high, which supports a lantern visible at sea for 40 miles. The surrounding country is made up largely of marshes reclaimed from the sea, which are called fens, and slightly elevated tracts of land called moors. Here Jean Ingelow studied the green meadows and the ever-changing ocean. Her first book, A Rhyming Chronicle of Incidents and Feelings, was published in 1850, when she was 20, and a novel, Allerton and Drew, in 1851. 9 years later, her Tales of Orris. But her fame came at 33, when her first full book of poems was published in 1863. This was dedicated to a much-loved brother, George K. Ingelow. "Your loving sister offers you these poems, partly as an expression of her affection, partly for the pleasure of connecting her effort with your name." The press everywhere gave flattering notices. A new singer had come, not one whose life had been spent in the study of Greek roots simply, but one who had studied nature and humanity. She had a message to give the world, and she gave it well. It was a message of good cheer, of earnest purpose, of contentment and hope. What though unmarked the happy workmen toil, and break unthanked of man the stubborn clod? It is enough, for sacred is the soil, dear are the hills of God. Far better in its place the lowliest bird should sing aright to him the lowliest song, than that a seraph strayed should take the word and sing his glory wrong. But, like a river, blessed where'er it flows, be still receiving while it still bestows. That life goes best with those who take it best. It is well for us to be as happy as we can. Work is its own best earthly meed, else we have none more than the sea-born throng, who wrought those marvellous isles that bloom afar. The London press said, "Miss Ingelow's new volume exhibits abundant evidence that time, study, and devotion to her vocation have both elevated and welcomed the powers of the most gifted poetess we possess, now that Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Adelaide Proctor sing no more on earth. Lincolnshire has claims to be considered the Arcadia of England at present, having given birth to Mr. Tennyson and our present Lady Laureate." The press of America was not less cordial. "Except for Mrs. Browning, Jean Ingelow is first among the women whom the world calls poets," said the Independent. The songs touched the popular heart, and some, set to music, were sung at numberless firesides. Who has not heard the "Sailing Beyond Seas"? Methought the stars were blinking bright, and the old brig's sails unfurled. I said, I will sail to my love this night at the other side of the world. I stepped aboard, we sailed so fast, the sun shot up from the bourne. But a dove that perched upon the mast did mourn and mourn and mourn. O fair dove, O fond dove, and dove with the white breast, let me alone, the dream is my own, and my heart is full of rest. My love, he stood at my right hand, his eyes were grave and sweet. Methought he said, in this fair land, oh, is it thus we meet? Ah, maid most dear, I am not here, I have no place, no part, no dwelling more by sea or shore, but only in thy heart. O fair dove, O fond dove, till night rose over the bourne, the dove on the mast as we sailed past did mourn and mourn and mourn. Edmund Clarence Stedman, one of the ablest and fairest among American critics, says, "As the voice of Mrs. Browning grew silent, the songs of Miss Ingelow began, and had instant and merited popularity. They sprang up suddenly and tunefully, as skylarks from the daisy-spangled, hawthorn-bordered meadows of old England, with a blitheness long unknown, and in their idyllic underflights moved with the tenderest currents of human life. Miss Ingelow may be termed an idyllic lyrist, her lyrical pieces having always much idyllic beauty. High Tide, Winstanley, Songs of Seven, and The Long White Seam are lyrical treasures, and the author especially may be said to evince that sincerity which is poetry's most enduring warrant." Winstanley is especially full of pathos and action. We watch this heroic man as he builds the lighthouse on the Eddystone rocks. Then he and the sea began their strife, and worked with power and might. Whatever the man reared up by day, the sea broke down by night. A Scottish schooner made the port the 13th day at Eden. As I am a man, the captain cried, a strange sight I have seen. And a strange sound heard, my masters all, at sea, in the fog and the rain, like shipwrights' hammers tapping low, then loud, then low again. And a stately house one instant showed through a rift on the vessel's lee. What manner of creatures may be those that build upon the sea? After the lighthouse was built, Winstanley went out again to see his precious tower. A fearful storm came up, and the tower and its builder went down together. Several books have come from Miss Ingelow's pen since 1863. The following year, Studies for Stories was published, of which the Athenaeum said, "They are prose poems, carefully meditated, and exquisitely touched in by a teacher ready to sympathize with every joy and sorrow." The 5 stories are told in simple and clear language, and without slang, to which she heartily objects. For one so rich in imagination as Miss Ingelow, her prose is singularly free from obscurity and florid language. Stories Told to a Child was published in 1865, and A Story of Doom and Other Poems in 1868, the principal poem being drawn from the time of the Deluge. Mopsa and the Fairy, an exquisite story, followed a year later, with A Sister's By Hours, and since that time, Off the Skelligs in 1872, Fated to be Free in 1875, Sarah de Beranger in 1879, and Don John in 1881, and Poems of the Old Days and the New, recently issued. Of the latter, the poet Stoddard says, "Beyond all the women of the Victorian era, she is the most of an Elizabethan. She has tracked the ocean journeyings of Drake, Raleigh, and Frobisher, and others to whom the Spanish Main was a second home, the El Dorado of which Columbus and his followers dreamed in their stormy slumbers. The first of her poems in this volume, Rosamund, is a masterly battle idyl." Her books have had large sale both here and in Europe. It is stated that in this country 100,000 of her poems have been sold, and half that number of her prose works. Miss Ingelow has not been elated by her deserved success. She has told the world very little of herself in her books. She once wrote a friend, "I am far from agreeing with you that it is rather too bad when we read people's works if they don't let us know anything about themselves. I consider that an author should, during life, be as much as possible impersonal. I never import myself into my writings, and am much better pleased that others should feel an interest in me and wish to know something of me than that they should complain of egotism." It is said that the last of her Songs with Preludes refers to a brother who lies buried in Australia. "I stand on the bridge where last we stood, when delicate leaves were young. The children called us from yonder wood, while a mated blackbird sung. But if all loved as the few can love, this world would seldom be well. And who need wish, if he dwells above, for a deep, a long death knell? There are 4 or 5, who, passing this place, while they live, will name me yet, and when I am gone will think on my face, and feel a kind of regret." With all her literary work, she does not forget to do good personally. At one time she instituted a copyright dinner, at her own expense, which she thus described to a friend: "I have set up a dinner table for the sick poor, or rather for such persons as are just out of the hospitals and are hungry and not yet strong enough to work. We have about 12 to dinner 3 times a week and hope to continue the plan. It is such a comfort to see the good it does. I find it one of the great pleasures of writing that it gives me more command of money for such purposes than falls to the lot of most women." Again, she writes to an American friend, "I should be much obliged to you if you would give in my name $25 to some charity in Boston. I should prefer such a one as does not belong to any party in particular, such as a city infirmary or orphan school. I do not like to draw money from your country and give none in charity." Miss Ingelow is very fond of children, and herein is, perhaps, one secret of her success. In Off the Skelligs she says, "Some people appear to feel that they are much wiser, much nearer to the truth and to realities than they were when they were children. They think of childhood as immeasurably beneath and behind them. I have never been able to join in such a notion. It often seems to me that we lose quite as much as we gain by our lengthened sojourn here. I should not at all wonder if the thoughts of our childhood, when we look back on it after the rending of this veil of our humanity, should prove less unlike what we were intended to derive from the teaching of life, nature, and revelation than the thoughts of our more sophisticated days." Best of all, this true woman and true poet as well, like Emerson, sees and believes in the progress of the race. "Still humanity grows dearer, being learned the more," she says in that tender poem, A Mother Showing the Portrait of Her Child. Blessed optimism! That amid all the shortcomings of human nature sees the best, lifts souls upward, and helps to make the world sunny by its singing. Jean Ingelow died in her home in Kensington, London, July 19, 1897, at the age of 67, having been born in Boston, Lincolnshire, in 1830. Her long illness ended in simple exhaustion, and she welcomed death gladly. End of Section 19. End of Lives of Girls Who Became Famous, by Sarah K. Bolton.